stood down the matter relating to Ms. Myeni to 2 o'clock. I understand that she is available online or via video link, but I would like to finish with Mr. Powell's evidence, which I understand shouldn't take beyond an hour, and thereafter I will then deal with Ms. Myeni's matter. Okay, all right.
Thank you, Chair.
Let's continue.
Mr. Powell, the next item in the timeline is a document on page 350 of the bundle, 350. Can you describe to the Chair what that document is?
Certainly, Chair. 350. Mr.
350, I think. Mr. Chaskason?
That's correct, Chair.
Yeah.
It's Annexure 14.1, SP 14.1.
Chair, this is a award letter from the Province of the Eastern Cape Department of Education, and it's a contract number SCMU 6-15/16-0001, standard bidding document for, sorry, I said it was an award letter, it's not, it's a bidding document, Chair, for Integrated Document Management and Human Resource Records Restoration Project, issued by the Province of the Eastern Cape Department of Education, and the closing date for this is 24 August 2015. And supporting this is a whole series of documents that need to be completed by the bidder, Chair.
Then can we go to page 300? And can you describe to the Chair the document that you see at page 300?
Certainly. Chair, this is an extract of the Mr. N.G. Kodwa's, ZZ Kodwa's Platinum Classic Bank statement.
And if you go down to 22 September, can you describe a credit entry on that date?
Certainly, Chair. On 22 September, there's an NPF credit with reference number EFT and then a lot of numbers and numerals ending with /NG Kodwa JM. Chair, I presume, I understand the JM to mean Gian McKay, and there's a transfer of 250,000 Rand to the account of Mr. Kodwa. And Chair, you will see if you look just above that line, you will see that the bank account balance was almost depleted. The amount left in that account was 1,018 Rand and 40 cents. And after the deposit, it goes up to the 250,016.
I think you missed a withdrawal of 1,000 Rand.
Sorry,
in between.
yes, there's a withdrawal just before that. So it goes up by the 250. So the 1,000 that was in there was depleted. In fact, the balance, Chair, Mr. Chaskelson is quite right. The balance was 18 Rand and 44 cents. And then there was an injection of 250,000 from Mr. McKay.
Can I then ask you, keeping with the chronology, to go to page 413? And can you describe to the Chair what you see on page 413? Maybe taking the email chain from the earliest email to the last email?
Certainly, Chair. There's an email from a Mongezi Diala, and beneath his name on the email, Chair, it reflects ANC Provincial Office of the Eastern Cape, Office Manager, and then contact numbers and email addresses for ANC Eastern Cape. And it says it's addressed to, the narration is, "Hi, CDE, I understand that to mean Comrade Maglauli, kindly receive the quotation for the PGC accommodation from CDE Comrade Marawu." And that then is forwarded from Mzwami Madoda, Theophilus Maglauli.
Mziwa Madoda.
Chair, and I thought I had gotten close to it.
Yeah, no, it's just that it sounds like somebody else, not this name.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah,
and it's
you try your best. Mziwa Madoda.
Mziwa Madoda.
Yeah.
Got it. I think I'd call him Mzi if he was French. It's addressed to Dumasani Mafu, mazola.nata57@gmail, as well as Tandi Kapolo. Tandi Kapolo was a former executive at EOH. He's also one of the individuals that left the company, Chair. And it's also forwarded to Balumko Lubelwana, and it's a elcb.co.za. Chair, you will recall that I referred to ELCB when I spoke about a consortium that was bidding for the Eastern Cape tender work. And ELCB was one of the consortium partners, Chair. And this reflects, "Dear all, as per ANC Treasury Office humble request, the below quote is the latest account allocated to us for purposes of settlement on or before 10 a.m. tomorrow, 1st October, but discussions are taking place so as to at least settle half this amount before the above deadline and settle the," says reminder, it should be remainder, before delegates' arrival at 1300 of the same date, i.e. tomorrow, 1st October. Chair, this letter, or this email, which was forwarded, ends up being sent by Tandi Kapolo. It's forwarded again, and he writes to Gian McKay, forward with header subject quotations, and the writing on this, the narration is, "Eish, my brother, I can't seem to shrug these guys off. They are using our recent submission to arm wrestle with us, 700K for accommodation at the PGC. Can LN or MX do something? I see that our esteemed partners, ELCB, are also copied." That's the consortium partner I referred to a moment ago, Chair. This then gets sent by Tandi Kapolo on 30 September to Gian McKay. And if you look at the top of this, page 413, Chair, Gian McKay then takes this on 30 September, same day, at 11:09. He sends it to Zizi Kodwa with the same subject header, quotations, and the scans attached. And his question to Zizi Kodwa is, "My brother, do you know about this? Your thoughts?"
And then can I ask you to go down to 415, where the attached quotation is?
Chair, and if you look at the document attached, you'll see that this seems to be invoices from Emakaya Bed and Breakfast CC. Quotation for accommodation, ANC is the header. Attention, Ms. Pumza. Accommodation for 626 people sharing at 375 Rand per person, bed and breakfast, for 2 to 5 October 2015. and the total is 704,250 rand, Chair, and then there's a list of guest houses and B&B's bed and breakfasts which appear to have been used for the accommodation, and then there's a list of all the different Emakea, Asante, Amachle, Zimbani, and different names which appear to be different residences or lodges. And each time they refer to the volume of beds making up the 626 people, Chair.
Then over the page on 417, can you describe to the Chair what you see there?
Certainly, Chair. On 417, what we have here is another forwarded email from Mongezi Dayala, ANC Provincial Office of the Eastern Cape. He's sending this to Comrade Machlauli. Kindly receive the quotation for the PGC accommodation from Comrade Marawu. Regards. And then, dear all, as per ANC Treasury Office humble request, the below quote is the latest account allocated to us for purpose of settlement on or before 10 a.m. tomorrow, 1 October, but discussions are taking place, so at least to settle half this amount, and that then is forwarded from Mzi Wamadoda, Theophilus Machlauli, to Dumasani Mafu.
You got it right this time, Mr. Powell.
I tried hard to.
Yes.
And that ends up being sent to Gian McKay, who then sends it on 1 October to Zizi Kodwa, forwarded quotations and a scanned PDF attached, and it's just a double question mark to Zizi Kodwa, Chair.
And you deal with let me ask the question. Do you know what happened in relation to this request for paying accommodation expenses?
Chair, just one moment.
Maybe if I can take you to page 284 of the bundle, which is paragraph 19 of your affidavit. Thank you.
Chair, these requests all seem to arise with the ANC in the Eastern Cape request to EOH 3 weeks after EOH had submitted a bid to the Eastern Cape Provincial Government for that Department of Education tender that we referred to earlier. The requests were forwarded both to EOH and the bid partner ECLB that I referred to earlier. These requests for payments were all while the tender was being adjudicated, and they were clearly the impression from McKay's email that they are trying to arm wrestle, and I think Tandi Kapola referred to the arm wrestle. So McKay clearly thought that the tender outcome was going to be affected by whatever they did with these expenses. So he then sought Kodwa's advice on whether he should pay the ANC donations into the specified accounts, and those we showed Chair earlier, those were Taxi Association bank account numbers that were inserted on the ANC invoice, and he also forwarded this complaint that they are using our recent submission to arm wrestle with us. The 217 million tender was ultimately awarded to the EOH consortium on 30 March 2016, but only after they had donated 1 million to the Eastern Cape ANC on 6 November 2015, after receiving an official request to do so, Chair. So it looks like EOH did succumb to the pressure to make these donations. And Chair, you will remember that I did highlight to Chair that the award to the consortium was 217. EOH were a 40% partner in that.
Can I ask you to go to page 430 and describe to the Chair what you see there?
Chair, this is an FNB document. Its header is view payment. And it says, own account, tactical software systems, your recipient details, recipient ANC fundraising account, and there's a number there, 52640046639, reference TSS, Chair, and that seems to tie in with tactical software solutions. Amount payment advice, 1 million rand. So that seems to be the proof of payment of the 1 million that we spoke about earlier.
And you mentioned also the request from the provincial ANC. Can you go up to page 427?
I'm sorry, if you are able to tell me, Mr. Powell, in terms of time frame, how soon does this amount of 1 million rand get
6 November 2015.
After the toing and froing of emails about being arm wrestled or whatever?
Exactly, Chair.
How soon after does the payment happen, the deposit or transfer? Is it a matter of a week, 2 weeks?
It's a question of weeks,
Yeah,
Chair.
okay.
So shortly after.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe in terms of that chronology, I should have taken you first to page 427, which is the request. Can you go to that page?
Certainly, Chair. At page 427, there's a ANC document, African National Congress, Province of the Eastern Cape, Provincial Secretary's Office, and it has an address in King Williamstown, and it's dated 5 October 2015, and it's addressed to the manager, EOH Matombo Limited, and the header is Request for Donation. And Chair, let me read the narration. Accept my warm greetings to your profound office. This communique serves to request your office to assist African National Congress with a donation. The organization was having a provincial general council which costed the ANC a huge amount as we were transporting, catering and accommodating 1,800 delegates. It affected our cash flow for the next coming months. Your donation will assist the organization in this regard. We hope our request will receive your favorable consideration. And then the organization banking details are as follows. Name, ANC fundraising account, FNB Bank, account number, and a branch code. And that comes from Mr. M. Dayala, ANC Provincial Office Manager.
And the date on that document you mentioned was 5 October 2015. Just in relation to the Chair's question, do you recall the date on the last email forwarded from Mr. Mackay to Mr. Kodwa?
Chair, let me just have a look. What was the reference?
417.
417. Chair, it was 4 days. I just wanted to get the exact number of days right, and it was exactly 4 days earlier, Chair, the 1st of October.
In fact, if I can, I may have referred you to the wrong page, because I think there was let me just check that I have the right one. No, I stand corrected. You're absolutely right. Sorry.
Thank you.
Then, from 5 October, if we go back to the chronology, can I ask you to go to an invoice that appears in the supplementary bundle at 424.18. So it's page 18 of the documents that were handed up this morning. Chair, it's the second last document in that bundle.
Okay, thank you.
And we will get to describe the status of this document and the authenticity of its date and issues like that at a later stage. For now, I want you merely to describe the item that relates to 15 and 16 October.
Will that be 424.12 in terms of the pagination we did this morning?
424.1818.
Oh, okay. I think those are the ones to which I didn't come, but I should be able to.
It will also have the annex number 15.7 on it, Chair.
Okay, I've got that, yeah. So otherwise it's 424.18.18.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, all right.
Chair, this is an invoice from an entity called In Residence by Peter Brandane, Pty Limited, and it's addressed to Clipper Financial Services Pty Limited, and it seems to reflect accommodation at various guest houses in the Western Cape, Chair. And if we look at the documents, you'll see that Mr. Chaskelson has asked me to zoom in on the October accommodation that's in the middle of the document. And you'll see that there was a payment of 50,000 per night, so 50,000 times 3, 150,000 for accommodation at 53 Avenue Fraise, 53 Avenue Freyne, rental 29 October 2015 to 31 October 2015, and above that
I'm sorry, Mr. Powell.
Sorry.
Have you moved away from?
Sorry, I should have referred to one earlier. Mr. Chaskelson, I think you were referring to 15 October.
We started on the invoice from In Residence, and you said you were going to focus on the transactions in October.
The October transactions.
I see only 2 in October, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes, okay.
The first one to look at, Chair, is the 5 Nettleton rental.
Yeah.
15 October 2015 to 16 October 2015. That is 2 nights at 50,000 Rand each. Chair, Nettleton Road is one of the most exclusive addresses in South Africa. It's at the very top of Clifton with the most magnificent views of the ocean. And the price seems to reflect that because it's 50,000 Rand per night. So there's 100,000.
For 2 nights.
Chair, we will explain the rest of the document because all of these are various accommodations that were paid for. And you'll see from documents that we're going to refer to in a moment that this appears to be on behalf of Mr. Kodwa.
Okay.
Well, in fact, we don't need to leave that document just yet, because if you go to the top of the document, there are 2 issues that I would like to emphasize for later reference. The first is the invoice number, and the second is the reference.
Correct. Certainly, Chair, you'll see the invoice number is invoice 000076, reference Mr. Z. Kodwa, date 25/1/2016, due date 31 January 2016. So,
okay, so that was
Chair,
about 5 or 6 nights.
Chair, let's...
No, I'm sorry.
I think it might be
Or was
useful
it?
to just go through the whole list because these are all accommodations, and I think it is important for Chair to follow just the value of this luxury accommodation that was provided to Mr. Kodwa. It starts off at the top with Barbados rental, and Barbados, Chair, we looked, it's a Villa Barbados in Camps Bay. It's a luxury guest house, Chair, or villa that you rent. And that was rented from 23 December to 5 January 2016. 23 December 2015 to 5 January 2016. And the price for that was 230,000 Rand. And then the next one is the Nettleton rental.
That would work out to about how much a night? Were you able to make that out?
It's just
that's
under...
like what? That's close to, is it 12 days? Or?
Yeah, it seems to be 2 weeks, Chair.
Or 2 weeks, yeah.
So 14 days. So it's about 17,000 roughly.
Okay, well, I realize, I think all three of us are lawyers, there's no accountant, so...
That's a very astute observation, Chair.
Let's continue.
The next one is the Nettleton Clifton address with 15 and 16 October 2015 for 50,000. And Chair, you'll see that this accommodation included a private chef for one night at 3,350 Rand. And then there's another rental in October, Avenue Franey. Franey is also an exclusive part of the Western Cape Atlantic Seaboard, Chair, and you can see that this is also similarly expensive. 3 nights at 50,000 per night, so 150,000. And there's also a private chef, but this time the private chef cost is 11,150, Chair. And then there's another rental of the Nettleton Road property, 5 Nettleton Road, 7 November 2015 to 9 November 2015, also at 50,000 per night, another 150,000. And then there's a cost for a private chef on 7 to 9 November, 11,700. Altogether, this comes to 656,200 Rand, Chair, and the reference is that this was reference to Zizi Kodwa, and we will look at further emails regarding the link back to Mr. Kodwa.
Before we get to those emails, we've now dealt in the chronology with all of these items on the invoice, but on the chronology, what's relevant for present purposes is 15 and 16 October luxury accommodation, 29 October luxury accommodation. Can we first go to page 319 to see what else happened, 319 of the main bundle, what else happened on 29 October?
Sure.
And can you describe to the Chair what you see there?
319, Chair, it's another extract of the Platinum Classic Bank account belonging to Mr. N.G. Kodwa, Zizi Kodwa. And this is for the period of October 2015.
I said 29. In fact, it reflects on the 30th here. Can you take the Chair to...
Certainly. Chair, I was going to draw your attention to the transaction on the 30th of October 2015. There's an ACB credit, reference J. McKay, that appears to be Gian McKay, 50,000 Rand credited to Mr. Kodwa's account. So it's a transfer of 50,000 on the 30th of October. and Mr. Chaskelson highlighted the date of the luxury accommodation a moment ago, Chair. You'll see that it's very close to those times.
But this was a very busy time because we've already seen another document dated 29 October. Can I ask you to go back to page 330 and just refresh our memory as to what that document was?
Did you say 330?
330.
330, Chair.
Okay.
Chair, this is a document we looked at earlier, but the date becomes significant because this is the cancellation of the appointment of two separate service providers for the provision of platinum access service solution for government for a period of 5 years. And this appears to be the DHA tender that was cancelled. Chair, you will recall I drew Chair's attention to the email from Mr. McKay to Mr. Kodwa, where he explained this tender was going against us.
Yeah.
They decided to disqualify EOH.
Yeah, I remember that. And the date that this letter of cancellation of the...
It's dated 29 October 2015. The date is at the bottom of the page, Chair.
Yeah, and that's the date when he is sleeping in one of those
Correct, Chair.
apartments there that you were talking about.
And I think what makes the picture look even more sinister, Chair, is that it's a day after this letter is forwarded. So 29 October, you have the cancellation.
Yes.
30 October, he's enjoying, and 29 October, he's enjoying the luxury accommodation, and there's a little deposit into his account.
Of 50,000 rand.
Correct, Chair. And again, if I can also just comment, Chair, his balance was reduced to 8,000 just before the 50,000 comes in. So a very convenient and timely capital injection.
Can we then go a few days later to the 4th of November and to page 322? In fact, if we can start on 321.
Yeah, certainly.
And if you can describe to the Chair what you see there.
Certainly, Chair. So what we see in Chair, and this is important to draw to Chair's attention, is there's a series of transactions happening all around this time. We've now spoken about the accommodation, the cancellation, the capital injection. Now, if I can draw Chair's attention to this extract from the November bank statement of Mr. Kodwa, you'll see just below the middle of that page, Chair, on 411, there's an internet banking payment from Absa Bank with a reference TSS. Chair, and I submit the TSS is Tactical Software Solutions, and that is 50,000 Rand. And Chair, I'm going to draw your attention to the balance just before this capital injection. It was 1,574 Rand in arrears. So it was in the red, Chair, in deficit. And then, if we can follow the chronology of events...
So just hang on 1 second. There was a 50,000 Rand deposit or transfer on the 30th of October.
Correct.
And then there is a 50,000 Rand transfer on the following month. Or actually a few days later.
4 days later, 5 days later, Chair.
Yes. Okay, all right.
And if you turn the page, Chair...
Is it the same account...
It is,
in which
Chair.
the 50,000 Rand of 30 October had been transferred? Because
if you scroll up, Chair, to page 319, you'll see it is the same account.
Okay.
Chair, it's all the same Platinum Classic bank account of Mr. Kodwa.
Okay.
And if we follow the chronology, so we've spoken about 4/11/2015. If you move to page 322, you'll see that there's another payment, Chair, This time the reference is 4 November 2015. ACB credit settlement J. McKay. Chair, the last one on 4 November was TSS. So if you just want to compare, Chair, the last one was 4 November.
What was the date of the last one?
Also, same date, Chair, 4 November.
Okay.
That one was TSS 50,000. And you can see it looks like Mr. Kodwa then paid various expenses because there's transfers of 20,000, 5,000, 1,000, etc. And then there's another payment, but this time it comes straight from Mr. McKay. And it's, again, the exact same number, 50,000.
Yes.
Then if we can go down to 25 November, and can I ask you to go to page 436? And if you can describe to the Chair what you see there.
Certainly, Chair. On 25 November, this is an email from Zizi Kodwa to Gian McKay, and the header is forward banking details. And what he has forwarded is an email that Zizi Kodwa himself received earlier that day. The day before, Chair. On 24 November, he received an email from Joshua Monday. And if you look at the mail address, joshua.monday@fiatchrysler4ways.co.za, and it's sent to zkodwa@anc.org.za. And the narration is, "Good day, Buti Zizi. Just a friendly reminder, I need to go and collect your car tomorrow, so please try and make payment so we don't have any delays. Thank you. Joshua Monday, New Car Sales Executive, Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Fiat, etc. Hobart Street, Bryanston."
And then if we can go to page 310. And if we can start with the third last, or first, can you describe to the Chair what the document we're looking at is? And for that purpose, one might need to go back to 309.
Correct, Chair. This is the bank statement of Mr. Gian McKay, and it's got his Ecclestone Crescent, Bryanston home address.
I see that here is written Johan, or whereas his name is normally written with J-E, is that right?
Correct. This seems to be a typo, Chair.
Yes.
He normally does have a J-E in his name.
Okay.
While we're on this statement, if I can ask you first to go to 3 November, because we'd seen in Mr. Kodwa's bank statement a 50,000 payment with the reference Gian Mackay. Can you take the Chair to the corresponding payment in this statement?
So, Mr. Chaskelson, do you want me to look at 310?
310.
Certainly.
And so 3 November is what I'm asking you to look.
So 3 November, Chair, you'll see it's the 6th line item on the statement on 310. You'll see that it has an internet payment to, description NG Kodwa, JM McKay, 50,000.
Then the next entry that I'd like...
Is that 2015? I see there's no year given there. On the dates, it just
Yes,
says...
Chair, if you go back to the preceding page, it identifies this as statement period 29 October 2015 to 28 November 2015.
Okay.
So it is 2015, Chair, and then you'll see further down.
Yeah.
On 28 November, there's an internet payment again to NG Kodwa, J. McKay, 50,000.
On what date now? Is that for November?
Sorry, this one is near the bottom of that statement, Chair. 28 November, NG Kodwa,
Oh, yes.
J. McKay, 50,000.
The balance now is when these amounts come in now, they don't come in at a time when the balance is
Chair,
very low.
this is coming from Mr. McKay.
Okay,
So you can see Mr. McKay's bank account is a lot
Yes,
healthier than
okay.
Mr. Kodwa's.
Yeah,
And he seems to help Mr. Kodwa out at times when Mr. Kodwa's account balance was very low.
yes.
You've just referred to the 28 November entry. There's one immediately above it from 26 November. Can you describe that to the Chair? And I'm not sure. I know.
Oh, yes. Sorry, Chair, I missed that one because it had a different narration. But this one there's an internet payment.
I thought that was the one you were talking about.
No,
earlier.
sorry, I was referring to 28 November. This seems to be 26 November, Chair. And this one has a FNB OB number.
Yeah,
And then it has a narration there, April Streetwise, APR Streetwise, in brackets, ZZ.
yeah.
Chair, and that amount is 30,000. And that also appears to be a payment to Mr. Kodwa.
I have to
Sorry.
intervene there. The Commission has actually investigated this payment, and the contra account into which this amount was paid, according to FNB, is the account of the Jeep Chrysler sales representative, Mr. Mande, whose email we saw a few moments ago.
Yeah, I remember that email.
Yes.
Thank you.
But we will produce the FNB contra.
Yes, but
in due course.
this is so. This is money coming out of Mr. McKay's account, and you say it is going into Mr. Mande's account, Mr. Chaskason.
That's correct, Chair.
And then there is a reference what the money is about, and that's App Streetwise in brackets ZZ. Is that right? Am I reading the correct one?
That's correct, Chair. And you'll recall that the bank details that were
that email is the one which was saying, please make payment because I need to go and collect the car
Exactly.
tomorrow.
So the account number
Yeah.
at the bottom of that email is the account into which it was paid.
Okay.
FNB confirms that that account is the account of Mr. Mande himself, the representative.
Okay. So on the face of it, it appears that Mr. McKay may have been paying on behalf of Mr. Kodwa or on behalf of Zizi, whoever Zizi is.
Correct, Chair.
Okay, all right.
Going forward,
Chair, and if I may just point out that when we looked at 436, which spoke about the reminder to make payment, so as a friendly reminder, I need to collect your car tomorrow. The next page, 437, has the bank statement number, the bank account number that Mr. Chaskelson referred to, that FNB account number 6211441611. So that's the account that's referred to
Okay.
on this transfer, Chair.
Okay.
can we then go forward from 28 November to 4 December and to page 297? And can you describe to the Chair what we see at page 297?
Certainly, Chair. This is a statement of the bank account of Mr. Zizi Kodwa, And the statement is for the period 17 November to 17 December 2015.
And on 4 December, there is a transaction.
Correct, Chair. On 4 December, the statement reflects, it's the fourth line on the statement, on page 297, FNB, OB payment.
I'm sorry, what date?
4 December, Chair. It's the fourth line item on the statement.
Yes,
FNB, OB payment, reference JM, 40,000, Chair.
Yes.
So that's a transfer from Gian McKay to Zizi Kodwa, 40,000.
Not to Joshua Mande. Is it not JM?
Oh, JM.
Well, whoever JM is, I guess.
We do have the contra account details. We can show that it was Gian Mackay in this case.
Yes, but this is 40,000, eh?
Correct. So
the transaction we saw in Mr. Mackay's
that was
account,
30,000.
that was a separate
And that was a
payment.
separate account, and it was ZZ Streetwise.
Yeah, okay. So this one you understand to be connected with what?
Gian McKay. So it's a payment
Or
from...
JM is...
JM is Gian McKay in this instance, Chair.
This account that we are looking at here is Mr. Kodwa's
This is
one.
Mr. Kodwa's account,
The
yeah.
previous one was
Mr. McKay's account.
Okay. No, I got confused.
Great.
So, okay, all right. Yes. Thank you.
Then, if we go forward in the chronology, we've already discussed this item, which is the holiday accommodation, but I'm just going to locate it in the chronology. You'll recall that you took the chair to 230,000, where none of us could count the days and work a daily rate, for Barbados Villa accommodation from 23 December. And that, just for the reference there, that was again on 424 page 18, that invoice. If we go forward further in the chronology, can I ask you to go to page 295?
Chair, if I may just add, when I estimated the accommodation at Villa Barbados in Camps Bay, I suggested 17. I wasn't that far out for a lawyer, Chair.
Yeah.
The exact figure is 16,428.
I guess you are saying despite not being an accountant.
Of course.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Chaskason.
If we can go to page 295, and maybe 294 first, just to identify the document, and then 295.
Chair, this is another extract from Mr. Kodwa's bank account, and this one is for the period 16 January 2016 to 17 February 2016, sorry.
And then on 2 February, can you, on page 295, can you identify the transaction?
Certainly, Chair. The 9th transaction on the statement, you'll see the date 2 Feb, internet banking payment, and it looks like FRM, and then it's got the reference JM, Chair, and again, we have checked this is another transfer from Gian McKay.
And what was the balance
The amount-
before the transfer? So what's the amount and how did it affect the balance?
The amount that was transferred was 30,000, and Chair, the account was in arrears in the amount of 16,295 rand, and after the 30,000, it put it into a positive balance of, credit balance of 13,704 rand. So it was in deficit before this deposit.
Then if we can go back to the additional bundle from today and go to the third page of that bundle, 424.3. And can you describe to the Chair?
Certainly, Chair. What we have here is a purchase order from in residence delivered to Mtombo TSS, and it's on a EOH purchase order, EOH Mtombo Pty Limited.
And can I ask you just to look at the item position number 40, the item with a 40 in the first column, and
certainly, Chair. Item 40 refers to EOH CST 000297, EXP conferences and seminars, invoice 76, and it's got.
Do you recall what invoice 76 was?
We looked at it a moment ago. I'll have to go back, Mr. Chair. But the number is 230,000 rand.
And does that number also ring a bell?
Yes, Chair, Villa Barbados, that amount that we had to calculate the accommodation in Camps Bay.
If I can then, just to confirm what invoice 76 refers to, can I ask you to go to the second last page of this bundle, Annexure SP 15.7, page 424.18.
Chair, this is the invoice number. You remember Mr. Chaskelson pointed out when we looked at this document earlier, he highlighted the invoice number and the reference, and he emphasized both points. So it's invoice number 76, and the reference is Mr. Z. Kodwa. Chair, and that's the correlation.
Yes.
And where does one find the 230,000 that we saw in the purchase order?
That is the Villa Barbados rental, 23 December to 5 January for 230,000.
Still in the same supplementary bundle, if one goes back to page 8, Annexure SP 15.4. Oh, sorry, before we I left the earlier document. Well, let's go back to page 3, the document that we just looked at. I apologize for not dealing with it when we were at the document. But if we go to page 3, the purchase order that you just...
Yes.
Can you...
That's
424.3, the third page of the 424 bundle.
Okay.
Can you just draw attention to the total amount on that purchase order?
Certainly, Chair. The total amount on this PO is 844,294 rand.
And with that number in mind, can we go forward to page 8 of the bundle, Annexure SP 15.4?
Chair, this is a standard bank.
Okay. That's 424 what, Mr. Justice?
0.8.
0.8, okay.
Chair, this
Yes.
document before you is a Standard Bank of South Africa credited details history, and it shows creditor in residence, date 19 February 2016, amount 1, 80,000, date 2, 8 February 2016, amount to that figure that we just looked at, Chair, the 844,294 rand.
Before we leave this document, can we just point out to the Chair who is making these payments?
Chair, this appears to be EOH Matombo Pty Limited.
And this one is 844,294 rand.
Correct, Chair.
Can we then go back to the chronology? Again, it's a document that we've seen already. We've just seen a payment on the 8th of February. Can we go a month and a bit forward to the 30th of March and I've lost my page reference. Bear with me for a moment. To page 431. In fact, I don't think we have been here before. 431. And can you describe to the Chair what we see there?
Chair, at 431, we have a Province of the Eastern Cape Education Department, Office of the Chief Director, Supply Chain Management, to EOH. The Managing Directors, EOH Pty Limited, JV Rollout Energy and Kalolisi Investments Limited, and ELCB Information Services Limited. This is that consortium, Chair. Dear Sirs / Madams, letter of award SCMU 6-15/16-001, appointment of a service provider for an integrated management and human resource records restoration project for the Department of Education. And you'll see in that paragraph, Chair, the award. This bid has been awarded to your company in line with your offer of 217,744,087 rand and 42 cents. Please acknowledge and accept this letter of award by signing the acceptance slip here under and return it to the Eastern Cape Department of Education as soon as possible. Date of this award is 30 March 2016, Chair.
It's dated 29 March, but it's signed on the 30th March. Is that right?
Yeah, it's dated 29 March, and then it's signed on 30 March. Correct, Chair.
Now, is this the tender that had been cancelled after?
No.
That's not the one that was.
That's not. The cancelled tender was Home Affairs, Chair.
Oh, was Home Affairs, okay. Oh, no, I think maybe I'm talking about the one where, as EOH said, where they said they were disqualified.
Yes, that was Home Affairs.
Oh, that was Home Affairs, okay. No.
Chair, this one, the Eastern Cape tender, is the one which had the 1 million that you remember Gian McKay sent a note to Zizi Kodwa saying make it the request for sponsorship, whatever you want.
Yeah,
and
I
the
remember
1
this
million.
figure as well. We've dealt with this amount of 217 million.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Then, can we go to this morning's additional bundle, the page 17 of that bundle, which is it's 2 pages from the end. And can you describe that document to the Chair?
1 second. Did you say 2 pages from the end of the bundle?
Indeed, Chair. It's SP 15.6. Your document will say 15.6. From the end of this morning's additional bundle, not the main bundle.
Okay.
It's referred to as 42417, Chair.
Are you able to identify it with this morning's pagination?
Yes, Chair,
424.
17 on this morning's pagination.
Is it also marked 15.6?
That's correct, Chair.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, all right.
Chair, this is an email from Candace at In Residence. It seems to be an employee at the managing company of those holiday accommodations in the Western Cape. And it's sent on Monday, April 25th, 2016 to Natalie Buchner. And the subject is Clipper Financial Services. And the narration is, "Hi Natalie, Gian has requested that the EOH invoices be credited and re-invoiced under Clipper Financial Services. Do you know who would be the correct person to send these invoices to for payment, or who handles this account? Thank you, Candace."
Now, first of all, who are Clipper Financial Services?
Clipper Financial Services are an enterprise development partner to EOH. It's one of the small companies that they use to partner with them on a number of assignments. And these are all linked back to an individual by the name of Philip Arnold, Chair. Philip Arnold is not your typical enterprise development partner, because ED is usually Black Empowerment Spend, and he is a white English gentleman, Chair. And Clipper Financial Services has been implicated in the broader investigation by ENS Africa into irregularities at EOH. And along with other entities linked to Philip Arnold, we identified that there were payments of more than 750 million rand to ED partners where no work was done, and more than half of that amount has gone to entities linked to Philip Arnold. So Philip Arnold seems to be implicated in irregular transactions, and he seems to be an associate of Gian McKay. So what we have here, Chair, is that these invoices were paid by EOH, but now we're giving it to an ED partner and saying, you pay them.
And then, can we go back to the document that we've looked at several times, the document on page 18 of this bundle, this morning's bundle, SP 15.7, the invoice. And can you identify the party to whom the invoice has been issued?
Certainly, Chair.
Please just repeat the page, Mr. Chairperson.
Yeah. Page 18, it's the second last page of this morning's additional bundle.
Okay.
Chair, and it also has 15.7 at the top.
Yeah, I've got it. Thank you.
Chair, we've looked at this document several times, and if you look at the invoice number, invoice 76, reference Mr. Z. Kodwa, you'll see that this reflects an invoice from In Residence by Peter Brundain Pty Limited. This time it's to Clipper Financial Services. So it looks like that prior request has been carried out. It's now been invoiced to the ED partner of EOH.
Can you comment on the date of the invoice?
The date of this invoice is 25 January 2016, Chair.
And is there anything noticeable about that date? Anything noteworthy? And again, sorry, Mr. Powell, I've been asked to ask you to bring the microphone a little closer to you.
Sorry. Thank you.
Well, maybe if I can take you back to Candace's email on page 70, the previous page.
Yes.
What is the date of that email?
Chair, the date of that email is Monday, April 25, 2016.
Candace's request is?
Candace is requesting, Natalie, she's saying that Gian has requested that EOH invoices be credited and re-invoiced under Clipper Financial Services.
And then on 18, is it possible that this invoice was issued on the 25th of January 2016?
What Mr. Chaskelson is highlighting is that the re-invoicing predates the request by several months.
Yes. We're almost at the last. The next date on the chronology that's important is back in the main bundle on page 509. So can we go back to the main bundle on page 509? And what do can you describe that document to the Chair?
Certainly. This is an email from Gian McKay, Chair, and it's dated 10 May 2016 to Renee Jonker without a subject. Hi, Renee. The narration is, hi, Renee. Have you managed to do recon for EOH Oracle SASO deal? Project Ingrid was the project linked to the ED contribution, and I'm under pressure from them for recuperation of the funds already spent, which was about 2 million. Please help as TSS funded Project Ingrid. Chair, if we analyze what this actually means, is it's highlighting to us that Project Ingrid, which had all of those different ANC expenses that were paid, was a project linked to the ED contribution. And what the email is also telling us is TSS are very unhappy because they funded this and they're looking for reimbursement from EOH.
And can you just refresh our memory, the EOH Oracle SASA deal, what was that worth to EOH?
It was 90 million, Chair. Remember, it had the fixed figure of 30 million for the first year, and year 2 and year 3 was going to be consumer price index related. So 90 million approximately in total.
And lastly, can we then look at the final reconciliation of Project Ingrid expenses, which we see at page 516?
Chair, at page 516, this is an email from Reno Barry, TSS Group, 24 August 2017, to Gian McKay, copying Rweda Gould, and CC to Sean Emery. Subject, Ray, attachments, TSS Loan EOH Project Ingrid. XLS, so it's a spreadsheet attached, Chair, as requested. And this followed a request from Gian McKay to Reno Barry to provide him with a summarized recon of the Project Ingrid account. And this the attachment is over the page at 517, Chair. And if you have a look, Chair, this is remarkably similar to a schedule that Mr. Barry put together in respect of COJ where they'd offset expenses for ANC donations. This seems to be very similar, except this time it's the Eastern Cape Project Ingrid. Chair, if we look at the document on page 517, it's an account transactions report, Tactical Software Systems, Pty Limited, and it's referred to account TSS Loan EOH, and it's repeated TSS Loan EOH, and it talks about date range 1 January 2014 to 24/8/2017. But when you look at the transactions, Chair, you'll see that they only start in 2015. The first date is 23 January 2015. And if we look at the details thereof, it starts with there's a 300 Rand small credit EOH MS, and then there's account payments, debit 1,027,000. And if you run through the list, Chair, you'll see Herbert Baker Hotel, Absa Bank Dio Light Transport, Absa Bank Jabella Starbus Services, Kopanong Hotel and Conference, iBank payment to Absa Bank for Amasondo Transport, Masondo Bus Services, Matswele Trading, Absa Bank Gallagher Convention Centre, there's 6 million. Chair, I know when we did the earlier investigation for EOH, that 6 million relates to an ANC conference that was held at the Gallagher estate. And then there's Rennie's Travel, Delmont. I'm just moving through the list, just having a look at the different types of line items, and you'll see there's a lot of supplier invoices paid for Rennie's Travel. And the total amount comes to the figure on the following page at 518, Chair, 15,754,384 Rand and 69 cents. Chair, so this comes from one of the TSS people, and Mr. Barry is clearly a financial person managing on that side, and he's put this reconciliation together, which we've just walked through.
Okay.
Mr. Powell, that takes us to the end of the specific facts that we wanted to place before the Commission. For the rest, your affidavit is just, in some ways, organizing these facts to suggest inferences that should be drawn from them.
Yes.
Is there anything in that regard that you want to say beyond what is set out in your affidavit, or that you want to say in conclusion to the Commission? Because I see we've already run past our hour by some time.
Certainly. Chair, if I may just give you some concluding remarks, which is similar to what I had advised previously, is that EOH has completely new management and leadership, and they've been committed to cleaning up the company and eradicating all of the corrupt activities that we see in the documents. What we saw is examples of the use of influencers, middlemen, intermediaries, like Mr. Kodwa has been asked to intervene, and Lunga and Kwana we referred to earlier. Those all happened during this 2015 to 2017 period, and Mr. McKay, and you heard previously on COJ Mr. Makubedu, and you heard Mr. Lahur on some of the SAP transactions in my previous testimony. All of those parties have been reported to the authorities, so the company has fulfilled its responsibilities in cleaning up the organization, and I've been mandated by the company to provide full support and assistance to the Commission so that these irregularities can be exposed. But I am just highlighting that EOH has managed to avoid blacklisting by any government department because it has done the right thing in trying to fix the company. And I think that, Chair, I just wanted to emphasize the point, because when we talk about all the wrongdoing at EOH, the wrongdoing was by this small group of former employees who really took the business down the wrong road. And I know the CEO, Mr. Van Coller, testified himself and explained what he has done to try and rebuild and save the jobs of a whole lot of honest, hard-working people at the company. And I just wanted to remind Chair of that, just that thought as I close.
Thank you very much, Mr. Powell, and we certainly appreciate both your evidence and the evidence of Mr. Van Coller. Chair,
his legal representatives came in while we were busy. Yes.
Chair, firstly, I should apologize for being late. I was expecting only for Mr. Powell to be in the witness box at 5 p.m.
Yes, no, things changed, so I understand.
Chair, there are just two questions I'd like to put to Mr. Powell, which I hope will be of assistance to the Commission.
Okay.
Mr. Powell, can I take you to page 298, please?
Certainly. Chair.
Maybe while he's looking, just place yourself on record again.
Chair, Aslam Musaji, I'm a partner of Mr. Powell and I'm his legal representative for these proceedings.
Yeah, okay. What page did you say?
Page 298.
Okay.
Mr. Powell, can you please describe this document?
Chair, this is the bank statement, the Platinum Classic account of Mr. Zizi Kodwa, NG Kodwa.
Can I refer you then to the last entry on that particular statement?
Certainly, that is a immediate transfer, credit settlement, first round, J. McKay, and it's an amount of 35,000. Chair, this 35,000 is the amount
That's
that
the
we
one
added,
you talked about, yeah.
which brought the total up to 1,680,000.
Yeah, you talked about it, I remember.
So that 35,000 is not referred to on SP5 on page 293.
I think
No.
it must be so
Yeah.
that it is not, because
Yeah.
that's why you asked me to note
correct.
it. Yeah.
Chair, this is the one we did add earlier this morning.
Yeah.
So that did bring the total up to 1,680,000. So,
Yeah.
Chair, we did ask that we amend the document to reflect the new total.
Yeah.
And then, Chair, you'll recall that we also amended, I think it was paragraph 11 of my affidavit.
Yeah, I made a note next to
Yes,
the paragraph where you had the...
correct.
Yeah.
It was paragraph 11, Chair.
Yeah.
Mr. Powell, can I also just then take you to paragraph 11 on page 282, and I just want to make sure that there were two amendments made.
Yes.
One in relation to the amount of 1645 should actually read 1680.
Correct.
And then the reference to SP5, is that correct in paragraph 11?
No, Chair, I think that should refer to SP6. Apologies, Chair.
I'm sorry, what page
At the
is
end
that?
of paragraph 11, you'll see in brackets it refers to SP5.
Yeah,
Chair, if you can just make that SP6.
that should be SP6.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Powell, for availing yourself. We appreciate your coming to assist the Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
You are now released.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chaskelson.
thank you, Chair.
Yes, I'm going to adjourn for about 10 minutes to enable the team relating to the other matter to set up, and then I will come back. We adjourn.
Yes, I think we are. My learned friend is certainly here, and we've managed to establish connection with Ms. Myeni, who is connected via a Zoom link, and as you can see, Chair is visible in the room on the screen.
Good afternoon, Ms. Myeni.
Good afternoon, Chairperson.
Yes. We expected you to be here in the morning. That did not happen. And I'm sure your counsel has told you that I said that was unacceptable. You understood that?
Indeed, Chairperson. Indeed, Chairperson. I did get a call from the advocate. It was a misunderstanding and miscommunication. It was not intended that I would not cooperate with the Commission, Chairperson. And what he explained is exactly what happened. And I would like to tender my apologies to you, Chairperson. It was never intended to disrespect the Commission and to disrespect the session that I was invited to attend.
Okay, all right. Ms. Hofmeyr, do you want to start with what we should deal with first?
Thank you, Chair. I'll do so. I'm just going to seek to complete the aspect that was held over from the last evidence and then to hand over to my learned friend, Mr. Seleka. Chair, you'll recall I foreshadowed this morning that the matter that had to be dealt with that was held over from Ms. Myeni's last evidence was the question of whether her invocation of the privilege against self-incrimination had been justified on the repeated occasions in which it was invoked during those 3 days of testimony. Chair, just to focus our minds, the Constitutional Court gave a judgment in January of this year in the matter of the Secretary of the Commission versus Zuma. And in that, it actually dealt with this question of the privilege against self-incrimination. My learned friends have referred to that judgment in the submissions we received last Friday. They quote many paragraphs of the judgment, but not the paragraph that I'd like to draw to your attention, just to frame the submissions that I'm going to make. It's at paragraph 109 of the Court's judgment, and what it says there is, it lies with a witness before a commission to claim privilege against self-incrimination. In the event of doing so, the witness must raise the question of privilege with the chairperson of the commission and must demonstrate how an answer to the question in issue would breach the privilege. If the chairperson is persuaded, he or she may permit the witness not to answer the question. Privilege against self-incrimination is not there for the taking by the witness. There must be sufficient grounds that in answering a question, the witness will incriminate himself or herself in the commission of a specified crime. Chair, that was an articulation of the law as it existed. There's no indication from the Constitutional Court that it was purporting to develop the law, it was stating the law. And the parts of that I emphasize is that there's a clear recognition that the chairperson of the commission must be persuaded. There must be demonstration by the witness that answering the particular question will likely expose them to a charge on a specified crime. So, Chair, against that backdrop, the legal team of the Commission did submissions, which were then shared with Ms. Myeni and her legal team. What we did in those submissions is we went through the previous transcript. And, Chair, there is a bundle that was made available to yourself last night. I've made a copy available to my learned friend now. The documents that certainly everyone's seen before, the only addition is that they're now paginated to aid today's proceedings. And what they begin with at page 1 is that set of submissions, 14 pages. We go through the transcript and we make submissions about the instances in which we submit Ms. Myeni invoked the privilege without justification, and we make submissions as to our conclusion, which is that the privilege was abused on a number of occasions during the course of Ms. Myeni's evidence. And we conclude, you'll find this at page 16 of the bundle that you have before you, Chair, and that my learned friend has. We say at paragraph 41 on page 16 that, Chair, you warned Ms. Myeni that the consequence of not answering questions was that the version of other witnesses, which may implicate Ms. Myeni in unlawful conduct, would then be uncontested. And despite that warning, Ms. Myeni continued to invoke the privilege when there was no legal basis for doing so on the occasions that we traverse in the submissions. And then we conclude by saying this means that Ms. Myeni made a choice not to provide her side of the story despite the serious allegations against her. And those allegations are therefore not simply uncontested. They've been left unanswered by a witness who had no valid reason for refusing to provide an answer. Chair, what we also did in the course of last week is we made available to our learned friends a list distilled from the submissions of the specific questions in respect of which we indicated we would seek rulings from you today, Chair. Now, my learned friend, through the attorney for Ms. Myeni, has made submissions in response. Those came through on Friday last week. And Chair, you'll find those in the bundle similarly. They commence at page 28 of the bundle. Chair, there are a number of legal issues that are raised in the course of those submissions. And I'm certainly in a position to deal with those aspects this afternoon. But before doing that, I'd like to fast forward, because time is a luxury that this commission can ill afford. Chair, I signalled before the lunch break that in the interests of time, and given the importance that the ESCOM evidence, which has not yet been ventilated with Ms. Myeni, still takes place today, what I was going to seek from you, Chair, is rulings that would, if you're so persuaded, require Ms. Myeni to answer those questions distilled from the submissions on affidavit in due course, subject to a direction from you on timing. It's an unfortunate state of affairs, but the Commission is literally scheduled to complete its evidence, barring a few exceptions you mentioned this morning, next Tuesday. It is simply the case that we've run out of time. But those are the questions in respect of which the legal team of the Commission submits the privilege was not justifiably invoked, and in respect of which we accordingly indicated we would seek rulings from you today. And Chair, those questions in the bundle before you commence at page 22. Now, Chair, in the gap before...
commence at page...
22, Chair.
Using the top...
The top pagination, apologies, yes, Chair, there are some numbers at the bottom.
Yes.
It commences the top pagination, page 22. Mm-hmm. It's a set of 6 pages and I think 24 questions. Yes. Okay. Are these questions connected in any way with the questions that you dealt with in your submissions? Indeed. So effectively, it's a summary to the submissions. So what happens is the submissions deal with quite a bit of the detail of the transcript, what happened in the course of the asking of the question and the answer given by Ms. Myeni. It places it in context.
Yes.
All that these 6 pages do is they literally extract the relevant questions.
Yes.
And then for convenience, they've been referenced in the footnotes against the very parts in the transcript where if you go there, you'll find the question.
Yes.
So what I can be clear about is...
it is questions that were previously asked.
Indeed.
Yes.
Indeed.
Okay.
Previously asked, referenced in the submissions as being questions in respect of which, on the submission of the legal team, there was not a justifiable basis for invoking the privilege.
Yes. Okay.
We've made our submissions on that. We've received the response from my learned friend.
So the response that starts at page 28, is it a response also to those questions, or the questions came after?
No, they were sent with the submissions.
Okay.
But the response is really a response to the submissions.
Yes,
because
yeah.
there are points of law taken,
Yeah.
certain debates about what the effect of the Constitutional Court's decision was.
Yeah.
But in an effort to move things forward, I did engage my learned friend before returning in the lunch break.
Yeah.
I understand from him that the position is as follows, in respect of those questions on the 6 pages, that Ms. Myeni is now willing to provide answers on affidavit to those questions, and those were the questions which during her testimony she declined to answer on the basis that answering would likely expose her to a criminal charge. She invoked the privilege in respect of those. But given that she is now willing to provide an answer on affidavit to those questions, it's not clear to me that you necessarily need to rule on the question. But I'm happy for my learned friend if I've conveyed in any respect what I understood him to relay to me about Ms. Myeni's current position to correct it.
Yes.
But if not, my suggestion would be simply a direction in relation to those questions may well be sufficient. If we need to debate the law or anything else, I'm happy to do so.
Yes.
But in the interest of time,
Well,
I thought...
if Ms. Myeni is now willing to answer the questions, probably there is no need to make any ruling. And subject to what Mr. Buthelezi might say about the proposal that she provides answers in an affidavit, that would be the way to go, given the time constraints of the commission.
Indeed, Chair.
Yeah. Okay, let me hear from Mr. Buthelezi. If you are able to address me from there, it's fine. If you prefer to come to the podium, that's fine too.
No, Chair, I agree with my learned friend. We've decided that we will submit via affidavit responses to those questions.
And you confirm that your client is now willing to answer those questions?
Indeed, so, Chair.
Yes.
With one request of an indulgence, maybe perhaps with a bit of leniency in terms of the time frames, because it's about 24 questions in total.
Yeah.
And some will need supporting documents there too. But we would like to answer them comprehensively and avoid raising disputes of fact that may recall the matter to come back to.
Yes, okay. Well, in that event, I would not propose to make any ruling on the issue of the invocation of the privilege, because Ms. Myeni no longer relies on that.
Indeed.
And is no longer refusing to answer the questions. So I'll address her now, and after that, I'm ready to give a directive which can be a directive in terms of Regulation 10.6 of the regulations of the Commission. Ms. Myeni, your counsel has informed me that you are now willing to answer these questions, and he has indicated that there is a desire to answer them comprehensively, and you do no longer rely on the privilege against self-incrimination to refuse to answer them. You are now willing to answer them. Do you confirm that?
Chairperson, I do confirm we discussed with Advocate Buthelezi.
Yes. Okay, no, thank you. I appreciate that change of attitude. I appreciate that now you are willing to respond to the questions comprehensively. In terms of time frame, Mr. Buthelezi, today is what, 25 May? If I say submit by 5 June, is that fine?
That's doable, Chair.
Sorry?
I would ask, because 5 June is a Saturday, Chair.
Yeah.
I'd ask for Monday the 7th, Chair.
Then Monday would be 7.
Yes, Chair.
7 June.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, all right.
The reason that is, Chair, we often have delays with
Yeah.
depositions and distance and.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, then, Ms. Myeni, I'm going to issue a directive in terms of Regulation 10.6 of the regulations of the Commission, directing you to deliver to the Commission an affidavit in which you answer these questions by on or before Monday, the 7th of June. And your counsel has indicated that that time frame is fine. You understand?
I do understand, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay, all right. The directive that I therefore issue is that in terms of regulation 10, sub-regulation 6 of the regulations of the Commission, I direct Ms. Myeni, Ms. Dudu Cynthia Myeni, to deliver to the Secretary of the Commission on or before Monday, 7 June 2021, an affidavit or affirmed declaration in which she answers the questions which are included in this bundle, starting from page 22.
Indeed, Chair.
And going up to page 27. Okay, that is the directive.
Thank you, Chair. We've taken note of that.
Yeah.
It now leaves for me to hand over to my learned friend.
Yes.
Maybe we could just take a brief adjournment. There
Yes,
might be
yeah.
a moving of files, etc.,
Yes,
that needs to take place.
Okay. Okay, that part, Ms. Myeni, related to the aviation work stream, which includes SAA. The next part relates to ESCOM. I'm going to adjourn for 5 to 10 minutes. And then when I come back, we will then deal with the ESCOM related issues. You understand?
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, all right. We adjourn.
Ms. Myeni? Ms. Myeni, are you ready? Hello, Ms. Myeni? Anybody home? Hello, Ms. Myeni?
Hi, good afternoon.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Myeni. We are about to start now.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Seleka, are you ready?
I am, Chairperson.
The oath was not administered earlier to Ms. Myeni, isn't it?
I don't think so, Chair.
Yes. Please administer the oath or affirmation to Ms. Myeni.
Please state your full names for the record.
I think she is frozen. Can you hear me, Ms. Myeni?
Chairperson, I can hear you well.
Okay. Can you hear my registrar as well? She's going to ask.
No, I didn't.
Oh, she's
Okay.
going to. She'll ask you a question just now.
Thank you.
Please state your full names for the record.
Dudu Cynthia Myeni.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
I do not have any objection.
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you very much. We'll be dealing with the ESCOM-related evidence, and Mr. Seleka will put questions to you, Ms. Myeni. Before he does so, for the benefit of the public, he will take a few minutes just to orientate the public or remind them where you fit in regard to the issues of ESCOM and where your evidence will fit in. Mr. Slager?
Thank you, Chairperson. Ms. Myeni is called as a witness to testify in regard to the allegations that are made by mainly two persons in relation to ESCOM and in particular the suspension of the executives at ESCOM in March 2015. One of the persons, being Mr. Nick Linnell, has given evidence to the Commission about a call made to him by Ms. Myeni on the 6th of March 2015 to come to Pretoria at the presidential residence of Mr. Zuma, official residence of Mr. Zuma, for a meeting. Mr. Linnell has testified that he obliged and went to Pretoria on the same day of that call. He had a meeting there with Ms. Myeni, according to him, where he was told by Ms. Myeni that the President would like to initiate a commission of inquiry or to have it initiated into ESCOM's affairs, and that Ms. Myeni has recommended to the President, Mr. Linnell, to coordinate that inquiry. The President, according to Mr. Linnell, could not join that meeting, and as he parted with Ms. Myeni, there was an understanding that there will be a meeting in Durban on the 8th of March 2015, and that Mr. Linnell will be required to attend, to which he agreed. That meeting of the 8th did take place, at which the second witness who testified before the Commission was also present, being Mr. Tsotsi. And they both, Mr. Tsotsi and Mr. Linnell, have related what transpired in that meeting in regard to what was discussed, the role played by Ms. Myeni, and the information provided, the second meeting with the President, what was discussed in that meeting, and what proposals were made for them to go away and implement, particularly with the board. So that is in a nutshell the reasons why Ms. Myeni has been called to provide her version in response to that evidence presented before the Commission.
Just a small detail. I think Mr. Tsotsi said that the former president, Mr. Zuma, said to him at the end of the meeting that he should raise the issues that they had discussed at the meeting, or the suspension of the executives and the issue of an inquiry with the board, and he, that is Mr. Zuma, would in turn raise the issue with, or issues with the minister who was not present at the meeting. So I just wanted to clarify that part. Okay, all right. So you understand, Ms. Myeni, where your assistance is required. You understand the issues.
I do understand, Chairperson.
Yes, okay, all right. Now, I'm hoping that we will be able to hear you without any difficulty with your mask on. But if we don't hear you, we would like you to consider, if you are far from everybody, taking it off. But if we can hear you and there's no problem, then that would be fine. Is that fine with you?
It is fine with me, Chairperson.
Okay, all right. Mr. Selega, so far I think I can hear her.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. The bundle we will use, Chairperson, is ESCOM Bundle 6. Ms. Myeni, I believe you have been emailed an electronic link to access this bundle, ESCOM Bundle 6.
Yeah, well, Mr. Selega, I have Bundle 6.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, we don't have an affidavit from you, but we have your statement to the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee, which is on page 183 of that bundle. I believe the hard copy page numbering is the same as the electronic version of the bundle. So you follow the black pagination on the left, the top left-hand side corner.
I do.
Are you there?
I am here on 180.
183.
Yes,
You are there.
I am there.
Thank you.
Mr. Selega,
Yes, ma'am.
may I please address the chairperson just for 1 second?
Yes, you may do so, Ms. Myeni.
Babu Mtiyane, kuwo wonke ama-appearances ami okuzovela kwi-commission nakwi-court nase-parliament, konke bengikwenza ngesiNgisi. Ngingumholi, ngiyilunga esontweni la ngisonta khona. Nginabantwana, nginabazukulu, nginezihlobo, nginabangani. Kukhona la ngithenjwa khona. Kepha kuzo zonke le ndawo esengizibalulile, igama lami lihuduleke phansi kakhulu. Ngithathwa njengesigebengu somuntu wesifazane. Makukhulunywa ngegama lami, kukhulunywa ngesela, kukhulunywa ngesigebengu. Angikwazi ukuya kulabo abanethuba noma abane-privilege yamabona kude noma kulabo abanethuba lokuthi bangene kwi-radio ngiyocacisa isayidi lami noma ngiyoveza kubona logo engiyikona. Ngiku-addressa kanjena Babu Mtiyane ngoba eXhobo umakhelwane wakho noma eThekwini umakhelwane wami nase-Richards Bay umakhelwane wami akazange agogode akwazi ukuthi ezwe ukuthi kanti kuthiwa ngantshontshani kabani nini njengoba ngibizwa ngesigebengu. Ngiku-addressa kanjena-ke noma ngicela leli minute ukuthi ngikhulume nawe Babu Mtiyane. Ngikhuluma njengomfazi omdala wase-South Africa onamalungelo engicabanga ukuthi loku ekuthiwa ngapha nangapha ngihlaseleka njengesigebengu, ngibizwa njengesigebengu somuntu wesifazane. Abanye bazi ukuthi lapho ngike ngaphatha khona bengifika ngibhidlize Ngiyafisa ke baba uMthiyane ukube nenhliziyo yokuthi nami ke ngilaleleke ngibeke olwami uvo nezami izimpendulo ngesiZulu ukuze umama wakwaDlamini engikhonza naye ongayanga esikoleni othandazayo angifisela ukuthi kusasa ngingaboshwa akhale engazi ukuthi kwenzekeni ngibe mina ngazi ukuthi icala enginalo ilelo lokucubungula umongameli wezwe ekuthiwa uJacob Zuma. Mina ke baba usihlalo ngiyafisa ukuthi izimpendulo zami ukuthi ngibhecwa ngobende inyama ngingakaze ngize ngiyidle. Akekho noyedwa sekwafika la wathi ngidleni kabani, kodwa isono sami ukuzimbandakanya nefoundation kaMongameli uZuma. Okwesibili, isono sami ukuveza inkohlakalo yalabo okuyibona abangathintwa. Baba uchairman, sengiyaqeda. Ngikhule mina ekhaya sazi thina sitshelwa, ubaba wami esitshela ukuthi uma umnyama uyisuspect. Kubhlungu namhlanje ukuthi ngiphambi kwale commission ngenxa yokuthi ibala lami lingibiza ukuthi ngiyisigebengu ngingadlanga lutho lwamuntu. Ngabuveza ubugebengu obukhulu basenkampanini engengahlala kuzona njengelunga leboard noma njengosihlalo weboard. Kuwo wonke zonke le indawo ngangahlezi ngedwa. Angikaze ngithathe izinqumo ngedwa, kodwa namhlanje ngibizwa ngedwa ngenxa yokuthi ngavuma ukuphatha ifoundation kaMongameli uZuma. Ngithi angikucacise lokhu esihlalo with your permission, ngoba eParliament bengithi mangiya khona ngiyokhuluma ngeprogress noma ngiyobalisa ngombiko wakwa-SAA sasikhuluma isiNgisi. Angizange ngilithole ithuba lokuveza inkohlakalo engayifica yeminyaka yase-South African Airways. Angisitholanga isikhathi sokuhlanza elami igama kwaziwe iSouth Africa yonke ukuthi ngigijinyiswa nje ngigijinyiselwa ubaba uNcamalala waseNkandla. Mina ududuzile ozalwa kaMemela, angikaze ngitshontshe senti lamuntu, angikaze ngithathe senti likahulumeni, angikaze ngidle lutho likahulumeni. Ngithi angikubeke lokho sihlalo ngoba ngifisa ukuthi mangimphendula ubaba uSileka kungakuphathi kabi, ngoba ngizophendula ngesiZulu uma ngivumeleka ukuba ngimphendule ngesiZulu. Ngiyabonga.
Okay, all right.
Chair, I heard a part of it.
Ms. Myeni has addressed me in isiZulu,
Yes.
which I happen to know at least. I don't know many languages, but isiZulu is my language. Now, I'm not going to translate what she wanted to say, because if we had known, we would have arranged for an interpreter. But she requests permission to respond in isiZulu. She says, because there are many people, including her neighbors, who may wish to hear exactly what her side of the story is, because they have been hearing all kinds of allegations against her. Now, of course, for today, all we are dealing with is the ESCOM related evidence and not everything.
Yes.
Now, I think I must ask whether Mr. Buthelezi has anything to say. Mr. Buthelezi,
No, Chair.
you have nothing to say? Okay, Ms. Myeni, we do allow people in this commission to testify in their languages. But if they are testifying in a language other than is in English, then we make arrangements for an interpreter who can interpret for everybody. So because you didn't notify us that you would like to use isiZulu today, no arrangements have been made for an interpreter to be available. I do understand isiZulu, and Mr. Seleka may have an understanding of isiZulu. I don't know how far, but he, I think, has some understanding. I have reason to believe that he would prefer that there should be a translation or the language be, the answers be in English. So we have that problem, and of course we don't have time. If this was last year, maybe we could still adjourn and arrange an interpreter. So I think your reason for wishing to give answers in isiZulu, from what you have said, and from what we know from your previous evidence, is not because of any difficulty with English. It's simply because you would like people who know you, your neighbors and other people, maybe business associates, to hear you explain your side of the story in isiZulu. If I'm correct in that understanding, maybe there might be a way that can be considered to take care of your concern. And I'm thinking aloud right now, so everybody will have to indicate what they think about this. That would be that we agree that you give your answers in English, but you feel free after today to submit a Zulu version of your answers to the commission, with a view that the commission can consider, maybe it can be part of the record of the commission as an exhibit, and maybe it may also be made available on the website of the commission for anybody who wishes to access it. Maybe journalists might, who write for Zulu media, might be interested and publish it in isiZulu newspapers. In that way, one, we will have been able to continue this evening with your evidence as planned, but at the same time, we will make sure that your desire to put your side of the story in isiZulu is addressed, even if it's not addressed the way you would have preferred. What do you think of that?
Chairperson, ngicela ukukubonga unginikeza ukukhululeka ukuthi kuvumelekile ukuthi umuntu akhulume isiZulu, kodwa ngenxa yokuthi namhlanje asizange silenze lolo hlelo, anginayo inkinga, Chairperson, ngizosikhuluma isiNgisi. Kodwa kumina sithanda ukuba singihlasimulise umzimba isiNgisi, ngoba Chairperson uyakwazi nawe ukuthi ngikuyona. Kodwa ke Chairperson, because you are not hostile to me, bengicela ukuvuma ukuthi ngizokukhuluma ulona ulimi lwesiNgisi, ngimlekelele naye ubaba uSileke ngoba naye isiZulu akasazi. Ngiyabonga.
Okay. And do you think you will later on maybe submit a Zulu version of your answers, or is that something you'll think about later?
Chairperson, it's something I will think about later.
Yes.
Ngiyabonga.
Okay, all right. Okay. Obviously, you all would have heard what I explained to Ms. Myeni about the logistical challenges of accommodating isiZulu in circumstances when prior arrangements had not been made because we don't have an interpreter. Her response is that she appreciates the fact that because the prior arrangements were not made, it's going to be difficult, and she agrees to give answers in English for the work of the Commission to continue, and she will consider the suggestion later whether to later on furnish a Zulu version of her answers. Ngichaze kahle Ms. Myeni.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu baba Mthandi. Bengizosho if bongachazanga kahle, ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Okay, all right. We may proceed now.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ms. Myeni, ESCOM Bundle 6, as I've already referred to, has your statement, and I'm drawing it to your attention in order, in the event that you wish to refer to it, you can certainly do so. It is the only document that the Commission has that contains your version. It's a statement which you had submitted to the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee. You have seen it, dated 5 March 2018.
Yes, Mr. Seleka, I have it in front of me, and it is indeed my statement.
Yes. So that statement runs from page 183 to 193. And now I want to refer you to the affidavit of Mr. Nicholas Linnell.
Do you want to confirm with her first, if she has not already done so, that this is the statement that she submitted to the Portfolio Committee of Public Enterprises in Parliament in March 2018, and whether its contents are true and correct?
Yes,
Chairperson, thank you very much. I have not gone through line by line to check if it was not tampered with, but for now, what I see is what I've written.
Yes, but the one that you had submitted to Parliament, you had checked and you were happy that its contents were correct?
True. Yes, Chairperson.
Okay, all right.
Yes,
okay.
Thank you, Chair.
You may continue then, Mr. Selega.
I suppose, well, we can admit it as
Let's admit it, yeah.
Should we?
Let's do that immediately, yeah. I should admit it as exhibit.
It will be exhibit U16 me see. I'll give you the number just now. Just want to see. Will be exhibit U 16.5.
Okay. This statement, which is unsigned, of Ms. D. Myeni, dated 5 March 2018, which starts at page 183 of the bundle, ESCOM Bundle 6, is admitted and will be marked as exhibit U 16.5.
Thank you. Ms. Myeni, then shall we please go to the affidavit of Mr. Nick Linnell on page 30 of the same bundle?
Page 30.
Yeah, 30. It starts from page 30.
Is that where your question is?
I'm going to ask somebody to assist me here.
Sorry, Chair.
Okay.
Sorry, Chair, we've
Yes.
got two sets of pagination, the red and the black.
Oh, we use the black.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you could just then be referred to the black, which is on the top left-hand corner.
Yeah. Ms. Myeni, wherever Mr. Selega refers you to a page number, look at the black numbers at the top left corner of each page. You may disregard the red numbers.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, if we come to a document that doesn't have black numbers, then he will tell you, and in that event, we will use red numbers only for that document. Otherwise, just stick to the black numbers.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, are you at page 30?
I'm being assisted to get into page 30, Chair.
Okay. Mr. Selega, I was wondering whether it wouldn't be quicker, because it's a very narrow issue, if if you let her just tell me in her own words how this whole meeting in Devon came about. She would talk about the Pretoria meeting with Mr. Linnell and how the one in Devon came about, what was discussed, and then when she has done to tell the whole version, then you ask her questions. It might be quicker that way. What do you think?
Yes, I could do so, Chair. I had in mind to tell her what Mr. Nick Linnell has said. I could summarize it for her.
If we let her just tell her side of the story, that way, when you tell her, you can say, well, here are the differences between your version and Mr. Linnell's version. In regard to the Pretoria meeting, this is what he says, which you haven't included. What do you say about that?
Yes.
And then
Yes.
I think it might make things quicker.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that also should work.
Okay, have you found page 30? Ms.
I have found it there. Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Ms. Myeni, as I outlined in the introduction, setting out the background, there are two witnesses that have testified before the Commission, but as the Chairperson is suggesting, I will give you the opportunity to tell the Chairperson your version in regard to the two meetings that have been alleged before the Commission to have taken place, particularly by Mr. Nick Linnell. The one meeting he refers to is the one of the 6th of March, 2015, in Pretoria, at the President's official residence, to which he was called, he says, by you. And then the other meeting is in Durban on the 8th of March, again to which, according to him, he was called by you to meet with the president at the president's official residence. His affidavits were given to you last year in August, and I'll give you the opportunity to give your side of the story to the chairperson. Thank you.
Would you like that, Ms. Myeni? In other words, you just tell the story as you know it of how it came about that Mr. Linnell came to meet with you in Pretoria on the 6th of March, and how the meeting in Durban at the president's official residence came about, what was discussed, and the basis on which the meeting ended. And thereafter, Mr. Seleka will then tell you what the other two witnesses have said in regard to matters that may not be common cause between you and them, and then give you a chance to respond to what they have said. Is that fine with you?
It is fine, Chairperson, even if he leads me to identify those areas that perhaps are contradicting on the versions of Mr. Linnell and Mr. Tsotsi.
Yes.
But I'm also willing.
Yes. Okay, I think just tell us, it might take about 15 minutes or so, depending, but just tell us how everything happened, and then he will ask questions.
Sihlalo, Chairperson.
Yes.
Ungathuki. Do not be surprised if I say this, because I have to say it. I highlighted before the commission. I also highlighted, I think it was telephonically, even to the journalist, that it is unfortunate that Eskom, we are not delving into the real issues that led to Mr. Tsotsi meeting me first. If then we want to take the route of just highlighting the meetings because there was Mr. Zuma in those meetings, it can be done so, Chairperson. But what is important here, how did I get to meet Mr. Tsotsi? He did not tell you, or he did not address this commission. I did also raise the fact that for me to address you, Chairperson, Mr. Tsotsi should not have misled you, because when he came to me, he had gone to somebody else and failed to get the meeting facilitated for him to Mr. Zuma. The purpose isizathu sokuthi afune ukuyohlangana nobaba uZuma ingoba wayazi ukuthi uyaxoshwa njengosihlalo webhodi yakwa Eskom. Lokho akakuvezi, akazange azakuveze nakumina. Kodwa, Chairperson, I highlighted this. There was an intermediary. There was a person who was his messenger.
Hang on, Mr. Hang on, Ms. Myeni. You said something in isiZulu. You'd have to translate it so that Mr. Seleka and others can hear what you were saying about that part.
Thank you, Chair. I highlight something and then I try to translate it, but in the interest of time, I'm saying there was somebody, Chairperson, that I requested that person be called as well. That person was the link between me and Mr. Tsotsi. But if we want to please those that like to hear Mr. Zuma presiding over a meeting with Mr. Tsotsi, it is misleading, and it is a sensationalization of Mr. Zuma's involvement or my involvement. Today, because we are talking about me, Babu Silek, I'm going to be very clear. I was never in any board of ESCOM. I had no interest at ESCOM. The person who had problems at ESCOM is Mr. Tsotsi. Those problems were highlighted. But when he came to me, he never shared with me the problems he had. I took it as a colleague, that a colleague comes to me, he wants an assistance, he wants to meet with President Zuma. As a matter of fact, Chairperson, Mr. Tsotsi had gone with another Indian person to meet a certain lady to ask for the meeting. The lady said, no, I'm not interested. To ask for a meeting with President Zuma. I was the second person to say, okay, this is a colleague, he's a chairperson of an SOE, I can assist. And then, Chair, this whole thing was so dramatized by him leading the process of saying things that are inaccurate. Therefore, meeting did take place in all the areas that have been mentioned in Durban as well as in Pretoria. Meetings did take place. But these meetings took place at the behest of Mr. Zola Tsotsi as my colleague, because we both chaired the SOEs. But in terms of my personal interest in the affairs of ESCOM, I had too many troubles or problems or challenges and many responsibilities at SAA to pay attention to issues at ESCOM. Therefore, Chair, the meetings did take place. I won't remember the contents of the meeting, but the issues of the executives that is highlighted or was highlighted, I think Mr. Linnell was correct to say he was responsible for anything and everything that happened to ESCOM. Mr. Seleka, the last part that I'm going to say is that Mr. Linnell's view and Mr. Linnell's version and affidavit is his. I have a statement before you, Chairperson. It is my statement. It is my version. It is my total recollection of the events. But I was disappointed to learn that Mr. Zola Tsotsi wanted to use me to hide behind issues of corruption that he was involved in at ESCOM himself. There is a statement, Chair, that I said he is misrepresenting facts. His version was inaccurate. Just because kufuna sithole iphutha lokuthi kwakukhona uZuma efuna kuxoshwa abantu. That's not what I was briefed by Mr. Tsotsi. Mr. Tsotsi did not instruct me to facilitate a meeting for him to ask former president to fire people. I've never been instructed by Mr. Zuma in any place or take instructions about how the functioning of any entity of government should be, who to hire, who to fire. That has never been. So I think in a nutshell, Chair, meetings did take place, but it was at the behest of the chairperson of ESCOM. No meeting took place at the behest of Ubabu Zuma.
Okay. Now, Mr. Linnell said that it was on the 6th of March 2015 when he had a meeting with you in Pretoria at the official residence of Mr. Zuma. Now, does that date ring a bell with you? You have no problem that is the date of the meeting?
I have a problem, Chairperson, because
Yes.
I don't have my diary here with me.
Yes.
Otherwise, Chair, for every meeting we've had, I've always had a diary where I would write the minutes or whatever notes for the particular meeting. So I can't say on the 6th there was a meeting at Mahlambanjo with the official residence. I can't say that.
Yeah. The one that we have been told was on the 8th of March in Durban. That date also, is your answer the same, or is that one you know to have been on the 8th?
My answer will be the same, Chair.
Okay.
My answer, Chairperson, will be the same. I want to highlight something, Chair, with your permission, without again taking a long time. If I am in the area, like for instance, Chair, as a person who was running the foundation is an NGO. If I was in Pretoria or in Johannesburg for a meeting or for other reasons, and there emerges a need for us to have a meeting of the foundation, it was cost effective for me to go and meet the patron of the foundation. So if there are other meetings alongside with that meeting, there was no problem with me doing such and facilitating such. So it's not like one would leave one's residence to go and have a meeting because there is a personal interest on a matter.
Okay, now...
Especially on the matter of ESCOM.
Yes. Now, is my understanding correct that what you are saying is that Mr. Zola-Tsotsi was chairperson of the ESCOM board, was the person who approached you, and he asked you to facilitate a meeting between himself and Mr. Zuma. Is that correct?
No, Chair. There is a middle person that approached me to meet Mr. Tsotsi. That person was sent by Mr. Tsotsi to me. I had no telephone number of Mr. Tsotsi to start with. I did not know Mr. Tsotsi. I knew him as the chairperson of ESCOM. So it was the person that I'm saying, Siloku Simzungeza chairperson, we keep talking around him.
Tell us who that person is.
Chairperson, no. I don't want to incriminate myself, Chairperson, by mentioning the names of the people that this commission should have asked, how did he get the appointment with me, Mr. Tsotsi? Because in his appearance, he never mentions that he met me without any other person. We met together with the person that he had sent me.
Well,
I listened to what he wanted. I listened to his problems, what he wanted, and I took everything he said, Chair. I had no reason to doubt what he was up to, or I had no reason to go and verify why he wanted to meet the president. Any other person wants to meet the president. So I did not also know that it would be a crime for him to meet the president.
So you say he did not tell you why he wanted to meet the president?
Himself, Chair, did not tell me the other version of his problems at ESCOM.
Yes.
But the person that he sent to me to ask for an appointment, because I was reluctant, Chair. I was reluctant. You know, Chairperson, I have 101 reasons why I was reluctant. But I said, let me go and meet him. Because the person did not come to me once or twice. The person that he sent to me. Then eventually I went to meet him. There was no Mr. Linnell, there was no Mr. Zuma.
What did this person say to you? Did he or she say, Mr. Tsotsi would like to meet with you?
Correct, Chair. He wants me to advise him, and also he has some challenges there. He does not have a legal advisor. And he asked me that I must also advise the chairperson as to how we arrived at appointing a legal advisor as the board. So I said, those are issues that we can discuss. I don't have a problem with that. Then he said he has issues, he has got problems, and he would like to go about for doing all the necessary process of getting a legal advice, a legal advisor. Then I said to him, in order for you to do that, you need your board. You can't appoint somebody without a board resolution. So I told him, after meeting with him, okay, during the meeting, our meeting, I said, if you are to do this, you need the board. Your board must be on your side, and your board must see the need. If you feel there is a need for you to appoint a legal advisor, the board must be on your side.
Yes.
And then sorry, Chair, go ahead.
No, I think you are now talking about the meeting between yourself and Mr. Tsotsi. I was still talking about the meeting between yourself and the person that you have so far not named, who sought to facilitate a meeting between yourself and Mr. Tsotsi. So that is the one I was still at. So did that person simply say, Mr. Tsotsi would like to meet with you to discuss certain issues without telling you what issues?
He didn't allude to detail of our meeting, but he appeared to be saying he has challenged, Mr. Tsotsi has challenges at ESCOM. He would like to discuss with you. In any case, Chair, maybe you will recall, Mrs. Rampo did indicate that as SOEs, we had the chairperson's forum that was introduced.
Mrs. who?
So the
I'm sorry, Mrs. who?
The lady in Parliament, Chair. The lady in Parliament.
Which one is the lady in Parliament?
The one I addressed my statement to, Chair.
Oh, Miss Ranto, okay. Yes, continue.
No, she did indicate that the chairpersons would interact. Obviously, Chair, you would perhaps understand what one chairperson has done in another SOE and another one has done this, or another one has gone through a certain big challenge or something like that. And then you would share and compare notes, but not to decide for each other, because you can never go and decide for another SOE, Chair. You can't preside on another SOE. It's illegal.
So as I understand it, and I want you to correct me if I'm wrong, the person that you are not naming approached you and said, Mr. Tsotsi would like a meeting with you. He has some challenges at ESCOM, and you agreed to meet with Mr. Tsotsi. Is that correct?
Correct, Chair.
Yes. And that was the end of your discussion with this other
Chair,
person?
No. Chair, sorry. It's not like Mr. Tsotsi wants to see you. He has challenges at ESCOM.
Yeah.
Mr. Tsotsi would like to see you. He would like to understand certain things from you. He would also want to know how you went about appointing the legal advisor in your board. So I thought it was an open discussion, nothing to hide.
Okay. No, that's fine. And then your response was to agree to a meeting with Mr. Tsotsi?
Not the first time when this person called, but the second time I agreed.
Yes. And this person was speaking to you over the phone and not in a meeting?
No, it was over the phone.
Over the phone. Okay, all right.
It was over the phone.
And you have a recollection of whether this was before March in 2015, or or whether it was even in 2014?
Chair,
You can't remember?
I would be lying.
Okay,
I would be
that's all
lying.
right. But is your recollection that it didn't take long after you had agreed to meet Mrs. Tsotsi that the two of you met?
Yes, Chair, but all was dependent on my availability in Johannesburg.
Okay.
I wasn't going to fly to Joburg to go and meet Mr. Tsotsi's, Chair.
Okay, all right. Now, we will proceed to hear about your meeting with Mr. Tsotsi. Now, you are going to have to tell me who the person is, because from what your discussion was in terms of your evidence between yourself and this other person, it seems that it was an innocuous discussion. That's why you also had no problem agreeing to meet with Mr. Tsotsi. All this person said was, Mr. Tsotsi would like to meet with you. He has some challenges at ESCOM, and he would like to know how you went about appointing a legal advisor at SAA. Do you understand?
I understand, Chairperson. What I've seen here, maybe with your permission, Chair. On page of Mr. Linnell, on page 28 of his affidavit.
What is on page 28? What is the number at the top? The black number at the top?
It's 06028.
Oh.
28.
Are you looking at the red numbers?
I'm looking at the black numbers, Chair. It's at the end of Mr. Linnell's
affidavit.
Affidavit. It's paragraph 6, Chair.
Paragraph
6.
6. Oh, okay. Well, paragraph 6 is at page 31 in terms of the black numbers, but page 28 in terms of the red numbers on my bundle. Is that the same with you, Mr. Seleka?
So she is referring to a different, it's affidavit. A statement, it's a supplementary statement of Mr. Linnell.
Is it in this bundle?
It's in this bundle, page 28, the black pagination at the top of the page. So you're gonna, yes, the chair will have to go back. So
well,
it starts on page 27, Chair. 27, 28.
Yeah, I see there is a
second supplementary affidavit to the parliamentary portfolio.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Okay, yes, now I am there, Ms. Myeni. I am at paragraph 6 at page 28. That is actually, oh yeah, it is his second supplementary statement. Yes, I am there.
Chair, yes. That is the person that is the chairperson, that is the person that is named there.
Yeah.
At the end of paragraph 6.
Yes.
Is put into inverted commas.
Yes. No, that's fine. That person has been mentioned in this commission as having been present at the Durban meeting. He is, in terms of paragraph 6, the person you are referring to is referred to as Jabu Maswanganye. He was referred to by Mr. Tsotsi, I think also by Mr. Linnell, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Chair.
But certainly by Mr. Tsotsi. Okay, so that is the person who who approached you and said, Mr. Tsotsi would like to have a meeting with you because he has some challenges at ESCOM, but he would also like to know how you went about appointing a legal advisor. Is that right?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. And then your meeting with Mr. Tsotsi, after your first meeting then, would you like to tell me what was discussed between the two of you in that meeting?
Chair, I don't want to give you inaccurate statements here. I'm before a commission, and this is an inquiry that I must, when a report comes out, I must stand by everything I say.
Yeah.
I don't have minutes. I don't have minutes of any meeting that took place in any place with Mr. Tsotsi. But all I say is that the statement I submitted to Parliament and the statement that is before you, Chairperson, it contains everything that I remembered at the time and that I in my understanding, was the version that I would raise my hand and take an oath to say this is what my understanding was.
Okay, all right. Mr. Selega, do you want to take it from there?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Myeni, let's go back to Mr. Linnell's version. It wasn't clear to me. Let's look at paragraph 5 on page 31.
Well, why don't you just put the question without Mr. Selega asking her to look? Just say what Mr. Linnell says.
That's right, Chair. That's fine.
It's going to be faster.
So you would have seen from his affidavit given to you last year that he talks about a meeting to which you called him on the 6th of March 2015 in Pretoria. I know you say you don't have a recollection of the date, but do you confirm the meeting having taken place in Pretoria between you and him at the President's official residence?
She has confirmed the meetings. You confirmed that the two meetings did take place?
I confirmed the meetings, but
Yes.
I can't confirm the dates.
Yes, that's all right.
Is it true that you were the one who called Mr. Linnell and asked him to come to Pretoria for a meeting?
Chairperson, wherever I would be, if I am in that particular area at that particular time, and there is a need for a meeting, I would use the venue, I would use the time, because, Chair, like I said to you, it was cost effective for me to have meetings in Joburg when I'm in Joburg. If I go to Cape Town, I met Nick Linnell in Cape Town. He stays in Cape Town. We met also in Cape Town. So it's not like we met once or only in Pretoria on these specific dates. So we've met many times with Mr. Linnell, whether in the hotel where we would be staying or in a restaurant, like for instance in Cape Town, we would meet in a restaurant, or at the president's place, we met him as well.
Yes, no, but
And in Durban.
I'm just asking about how the Pretoria meeting between the two of you came about. He said that you called him and told him that, and asked him to come to Pretoria and to meet with you and the president. And I think you said you'd explain to him when he arrived in Pretoria what it was about, if I'm not mistaken. So I just want to confirm that you accept that that is what happened.
I accept that I would have called him for a meeting.
Yes.
But as to the rest of the contents of the meeting and what have you, no,
Yes.
I won't be able to confirm.
Yes. In other words, you did not say that to him when you called him. You did not say that the purpose why you were calling him was so that he could meet with the president.
Chairperson, I don't know.
You don't remember?
I don't remember.
Is it possible?
Chair, Nick we were working together for the board of SAA. Therefore, my phone calls with him were ongoing. So I can't say that this particular call was for this particular call was for this. I can't say that. But also, Chair, Nick Littnell, as a consultant, he was also consulting in Gauteng. So I can't say, come because the president wants to see you. I would know if he's in Gauteng. I would also know when I want to meet him on SAA matters. So I can't say specifically on this particular date. I asked him to leave Cape Town to come and meet the president because President Zuma wants to meet him.
But
I can't confirm that.
Is the position that you can confirm, but you can't say what he's saying is not true? Or are you saying it's not true? You can remember quite clearly you never said that to him.
I can't, that is his version, Chair, and I will respect his version.
Yeah.
My version is that I would meet Mr. Linnell at any given time when he's in Joburg, when I'm in Joburg, and we always met. We always had reasons to meet. If there was a board meeting, there was something we wanted to find out from him, he would be available on email or on phone call. But if he's in Gauteng himself or coming to us as SAA, he would come. So I can't say this particular day, I called him and said, please come, the president wants to meet you. No, Chair.
Now
I can't confirm that.
Now, he said that your call was on the basis that he must basically, it was so urgent that he had to drop everything and come to Pretoria. And as a result, he dropped everything and flew to Pretoria same day. What do you say about that?
It's his version, Chair.
It's his version. And he says yes. when he came, the two of you had a meeting, and but you said that the president was going to join the two of you in a meeting, or you were going to have a meeting, the two of you were going to have a meeting with the president, but while you were waiting to be called to meet with the president, you briefed him about what this whole meeting was to be about. And he said that, you said that the president wanted an investigation or inquiry to be investigated into the affairs of ESCOM. I think he was not happy with ESCOM, and you had recommended to the president, or you were going to recommend to the president that he would be the right person to coordinate that inquiry or conduct that inquiry. What do you say to that?
This commission loves Mr. Zuma. Mm-hmm. It really adores Mr. Zuma. Mm-hmm. Even on matters that had nothing to do with him, it drags his name into that matter. Chairperson, I couldn't have been able to introduce, to recommend. Sorry, Chairperson, sorry.
Hang on. It's not the commission, it's witnesses who come to the commission who say things about people. It's not the commission. It's Mr. Linnell.
Thank you, Chair, for the correction.
It was Mr. Linnell who told us that. It wasn't the commission which came up with that.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the correction. Nami ngisamangele, Chair, ukuthi Mr. Zuma ungena phezintweni ze board. One, Chair, Mr. Zuma would not have taken any recommendation from a chairperson of another SOC to recommend to him. First and foremost, Chair, the board does not report to the president. No board reports to the president. The board chairperson reports to the minister. I don't know a process where the board would jump the minister and go and report or take advice from another chairperson of another board to recommend that the investigation must be done, this is the right person for this job. Chair, some of these things that we sit and listen to are hearsays, some are gossips, some are statements misleading the commission. But Chair, I'm glad that I'm here before you to ensure that I clarify issues. The board is governed by something called shareholder compact. Mr. Tsotsi would have abdicated his responsibility to go and get instructions from another chairperson of the board, one, or to take instructions from the president. It would be undermining the minister by Mr. Tsotsi to have done that. It's a lie, it's misleading the commission. And the fact of the matter, chairperson, is that Mr. Tsotsi did want to get assistance from a legal expert, any legal person. I obviously shared with Mr. Tsotsi how Mr. Linnell was assisting us. And Mr. Linnell had a role at our board at SAA in terms of his advice to the board. But I don't know that Mr. Linnell would, or Mr. Tsotsi would go to the president and get instructions from the president. I don't know. I deny anything to that effect, Chair. I honestly don't.
When you met
understand.
When you met with Mr. Tsotsi, just the two of you, what a request, if any, did Mr. Tsotsi make to you? Did he request you to do anything?
He asked, Chairperson, it was public knowledge that there were too many things going around in almost all the SOEs. So he asked us how we are dealing with matters, how we go about doing certain things. I said, you know what? We, as the board, we took a decision that we will do everything by the book. We will follow what needs to be done in terms of corporate governance, in terms of consultation. Consultation by or with who? Consultation with the minister, not consultation with the president.
Did he?
Then I said to him, in everything you will do, even if you consult the minister or inform the minister of or request the minister's permission to do whatever you want to do in the company, you have to have your board by your side, because Chair, Mr. Linnell was appointed through the board resolution. It was not Dudu's friend or Nick Linnell, Mr. Fix of Dudu. No, it was a board resolution to appoint a legal advisor. And therefore I said to Mr. Tsotsi, if you want the services of Mr. Linnell, everything, your story must be very straightforward. Mr. Linnell is a very straightforward and an honest man. That I can say it publicly. He's honest. He doesn't take shortcuts. He wants everything done by the book. So that's what I advise Mr. Tsotsi. But at the back of this, I did not know that he himself, why name Chairperson?
No, angizuzibonela uzosho ngesingisi Miss Myeni. Uzosho ngesingisi. Miss Myeni said something in isiZulu and she said she was leaving it to me to understand or interpret. So I said she must interpret herself what she was saying. Miss Myeni, tell everybody what this Zulu part was.
Chairperson, there is no direct translation of Impukane Zihlaza. All I can say, Chair, is that Mr. Tsotsi did not was not open to me, Chair, in terms of being honest, to say that he has problems, personal problems, that emanate from his breach of his role as the chairperson. Therefore, I was going blank with him, and I was honest with him, and I was discussing issues with him. thinking that everything is above board. But he wasn't telling me that he had his own personal challenges that he has to account about to either the board or the minister himself.
So he did not ask you to set up a meeting or facilitate a meeting between himself and the president, or did he?
He did, Chair.
Yes.
He did.
And what was your response?
Chair, even anyone who wants a meeting with the president, I pass on the message to say, so-and-so would like to have a meeting with you. Now, the problem is that when a person wants a meeting with the president, it's not my duty to say, please explain why you want a meeting. But my responsibility would be to say, put it in writing so that you make a formal request. And he said, no, it must be a meeting, which it's an open meeting. It's not anything that is untoward that I need to make it formal. Now, in as far as I'm concerned, Chair, there are comrades that would ask for a meeting with the president. There are people who would come and want to meet the president for certain advice on other matters. If I knew what Mr. Zolatsoti wanted to meet the president about in detail, I would have said, take your minister to Mr. Zuma. I would have advised him that way, Chair.
But what advice, if any, or did you give him, or did you say you were going to facilitate a meeting between him and the president, or did you not agree to facilitate such a meeting?
Chairperson, when I had the foundation meeting in Durban, I was at the president's place in Durban. We were going to have a foundation meeting, and that's where I asked him to come. I said to him, I will be meeting with the president at that particular place. He can come there.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Mr. Selega, take it from there.
Yes, Chair. Let me approach this matter differently, Ms. Myeni. Ms. Myeni, you have seen the affidavits of Mr. Linnell, and he's testified about the two meetings. Let's leave aside for a moment Mr. Tsotsi. If you concentrate on Mr. Linnell, do I understand you correctly that you cannot deny what he's saying in his affidavit?
I haven't read Mr. Linnell's affidavit, Mr. Seleka.
Okay.
I think you'll have to put to her the material portions of what he says.
Yes.
If possible, without going
Chair.
to the pages, unless it's really necessary.
Indeed, Chair, I will certainly do so. So, Ms. Myeni, we've talked about the meeting, the first meeting in Pretoria. Mr. Linnell has given a date for that meeting. The chairperson has touched on the contents of that meeting. At the end of that meeting, well, I understood before I go to the end, I understand your response to the chairperson that you can't deny that meeting. That's Mr. Linnell's version or affidavit. At the end of that meeting, he says he understood from you that he has to attend to a meeting in 2 days' time on the 8th of March 2015 in Durban, again with the president.
I think it's more than that, Mr. Select. I think, if I'm not wrong, he said she told him that there would be a meeting in Durban on the 8th, and he should go to that meeting in order to meet the president, because he said, Ms. Myeni, ultimately, while the two of you were discussing, you learned that the president had left for Durban without you being called, the two of you being called to meet him. He says it was at that stage that you then said to him that there was going to be a meeting in Durban on the 8th, at the president's official residence, he should come to that meeting. And he says he agreed.
Yes.
What do you say to that part of his evidence?
That is his evidence, Chair. I've got nothing to say.
On your version, what did the two of you talk about while you were meeting? Because he has
I can't remember. I
he has
can't remember what.
Because he has told me what the two of you were talking about. And he said you were briefing him on the reason why you asked him to come to Pretoria and what the president was concerned about in ESCOM. And because the meeting involving the two of you and the president did not take place in Pretoria, and you learned that the president had left for Durban, you then said he should come to Durban because there was going to be a meeting in Durban on the 8th at the president's official residence. That's his version. What is your version of what the two of you talked about in that meeting?
I don't have my minutes, Chair, of the content of our discussion. So my version of this whole thing is that I have met Mr. Linnell on a number of occasions for SAA matters, not for ESCOM matters. If it was for ESCOM matter, Mr. Tsotsi would have been in that meeting, and Mr. Tsotsi would have been discussing issues of ESCOM with Mr. Linnell. So I deny that I would meet him and discuss ESCOM matters because I did not hire, or the board had not appointed Mr. Linnell for ESCOM. So there wouldn't be time wasted and his hours wasted on ESCOM matters on one-on-one between us. So Chair, I don't agree with that.
So you don't remember what the discussion was about between the two of you?
I won't remember, Chair.
You won't remember. You have said yourself that Mr. Linnell is an honest man. Have you got any reason why he would say that you said certain things in that meeting if you didn't say those things?
Chairperson, as I said to you when I addressed you at the beginning, I am also an honest woman. Therefore, my version must be taken as well as honesty, as I'm putting it before the commission. But I can't help it, Chair. My color suggests immediately that I can't be honest. I am a criminal from the color of my skin. Therefore, my version, when I say Mr. Linnell is an honest man, I've worked with him. It doesn't mean that when I say Mr. Linnell is an honest man, then my version of the day's meeting and his version, if they contradict each other, it means he is dishonest by that particular aspect. Only no. Honesty is very broad, Chair.
Okay.
So I'm saying I don't remember. If I had my diary and if I recorded myself on the discussions we had, I would stand up and confirm what he said. It's his version, Chair.
Mr. Sleger?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Myeni, Mr. Linnell goes on to say, and I will go now to the meeting of the 10th, the 8th, sorry, Chair, of the 8th of March 2015, that the same discussion that started between the two of you at the meeting of the 6th continued in Durban. And this discussion related to the president, the then president, seeking to have an inquiry initiated into ESCOM's affairs. One, and number two, having to have 3 executives of ESCOM suspended. Your comment on that?
No comment, Mr. Seleke. I deny what is being said. there is no president that can go into a statement like that to say, these are the things that you must go do. The president would talk to the minister, and the minister would talk to the chairperson. So I don't know about that particular statement, and
let's start here before we go to the content of the meeting. Mr. Linnell testified that when he arrived at the urban official residence of the president on the 8th, you were already there. I can't remember whether he said Mr. Tsotsi was already there or whether Mr. Tsotsi arrived later than him. But he said, they said there were two meetings, so to speak. The one, which was the first one, was attended by yourself, by Mr. Linnell, by Mr. Tsotsi, by your son, and I think either Mr. Tsotsi or Mr. Linnell or both of them also said there was Mr. Jabu Maswangani. Either one of them didn't know the same name but said Jabu, or the other, or both said Jabu, but later on it transpired that it was Jabu Maswangani. What do you say about the people that Mr. Linnell says attended the first meeting? He said that first meeting did not have Mr. Zuma. It was just a discussion among yourselves about the issues that you were going to discuss once you were in a meeting with Mr. Zuma. So he says there was a discussion without Mr. Zuma at that stage, and you played the role of chairperson, if I recall correctly, in that meeting, by which I didn't understand them to say you were elected formally as chairperson, but they said you were the one who was doing most of the talking. And what was discussed was that there was a need for an inquiry into the affairs or investigation into the affairs of ESCOM, because there were problems at ESCOM, and that there was a need for the suspension of certain executives, and only 3 executives were contemplated. At that stage, the names might not have been mentioned, but their portfolios or their positions would have been mentioned. I'm not sure whether the names were mentioned later in the meeting. What do you say about that, in terms of who was at the meeting and in terms of the gist of what the issues were that were being discussed?
You see, Chair, it's a pity that I was brought up to respect people, especially adults. But to say Utsotsi is was misleading and not telling the truth. But also, Chair, I explained here my son's role on that particular day. He drove me to the precinct. That was his role. He's an adult, Chair. But he wasn't going to preside on meetings uninvited. That's a starting point. He was at the meeting. Sorry, the meeting place, not in the meeting. Secondly, Chairperson, why was I going to have to be an elected chairperson of somebody who is the one who has a problem in an SOE? Chair, it is not true. And honestly, these gossips should not be entertained. It is absolutely not true. It's a blatant lie. Chairperson, the person who had a problem is Zola Tsotsi at ESCOM. It was not Dudu Myeni. So Zola Tsotsi met Nick Linnell and they were to discuss the issues at ESCOM themselves. Why would I even discuss or preside over a meeting about problems with executives? I don't even know those executives. I even indicated, Chair, that in fact it was at this commission that the only person I knew was the former DG of Public Enterprises. I only met Gogo through this commission. I've never met him in person. Why would I even know their performance? That I would even go to the extent of saying, this one must be suspended, this one must be suspended. It is a lie. I deny all this. I deny all this. There was a meeting. The president was not going to join us in a meeting, Chair. He came, he did all the pleasantries, he greeted us. Yes, the three of us were in that meeting. I can't even remember whether Jabu was there or not. Perhaps he was there. I have to go back to my notes.
Yeah.
But Chair, if somebody gives me minutes of that meeting, which I was presiding on that meeting as a chairperson, I would be very glad.
Now,
not true.
With regard to your son, you say she was in the place or residence, but not in the meeting, and because she was driving you. They also made it clear that he did not participate in the meeting, but they said he was in the meeting, but he was quiet. He was not taking part, he didn't speak. That's what they said. But are you saying that that meeting did not discuss the issue of an investigation or inquiry into certain ESCOM matters, and that it did not discuss the need for the suspension of certain executives at ESCOM?
I don't have minutes of the meeting, Chair. All I can say is that there was a meeting where Zola Tsotsi wanted me to introduce him to Mr. Linnell, which I did. And in terms of the content of the meeting in Durban, I cannot say what was discussed in detail, but indeed, he wanted assistance from Nick. But Chair, as I said, Nick Linnell was not going to just jump in and assist Mr. Tsotsi. The process needed to be followed, and I emphasize this. So I deny, Chair, that I chaired any meeting at the President Zuma's house, and I deny that Mr. Zuma was going to preside in the same meeting. We had a foundation meeting on that day in that place.
So you say you can't remember what issues were discussed in that meeting, is that correct?
I remember that I never chaired a meeting. That's a starting point.
Yeah.
And I remember that I was not at liberty to discuss issues of suspensions and inquiries.
Yes.
I had no role and no interest in ESCOM. The person who approached me was assisted, and I introduced him to Nick Linnell. Anything else that transpired after that, it was between the two of them. If I was sitting in that meeting when they were discussing, I would be emphasizing the point that there are no shortcuts in dealing with issues of corporate governance in any SOEs.
So, but you say you don't have a recollection whether in this meeting in which you were present, the need for an inquiry or investigation into the affairs of ESCOM was discussed. You say you have no recollection of whether that was discussed, even if it was being discussed between the two of them.
If it was the two of them, Chair, that would have been perhaps their content of the discussion, but I wouldn't be party to that.
But you were in the meeting. You would have heard what they were saying.
Of course, Chair. none of them knew each other, Chairperson. So I introduced Nick to Zola and Zola to Nick. So whatever that was to be done, but Chair, my role was to ensure that Zola Tsotsi knows that it's not going to be like they've met, then the next day Mr. Linnell is part of ESCOM's legal advice. No. So obviously there would have been many other things that would have been discussed, but the issue of inquiry was not going to be something that I would take personal interest in. What is the gain, Chair?
And also the issue of the suspension of certain executives at ESCOM. Are you saying you have no recollection of whether that issue was discussed at the meeting?
No, no, Chair.
Or are you saying definitely it was not discussed?
Chair, I deny any involvement in the issues of ESCOM in terms of inquiry, in terms of suspending any of the executives at ESCOM.
Yes. The version put up by, or given by Mr. Tsotsi and Mr. Linnell, if I recall correctly, is that after this first meeting had discussed issues, you waited to meet with President Zuma, and that at a certain stage, after waiting for some time, you all moved to another room where you waited for about 5 minutes, and Mr. Zuma then came in. And then another meeting took place now with Mr. Zuma present, which discussed the same issues and which ended on the basis that Mr. Zuma said to Mr. Tsotsi must go back to his board and raise the issue of an inquiry or investigation into the affairs of ESCOM and raise the issue of the need for the suspension of the 3 executives who were being discussed. And then he said he himself would brief the minister or raise the issues with the minister. That's what Mr. Tsotsi said. That's how the meeting ended. But he did say Mr. Zuma came and he listened, and he even asked Mr. Tsotsi whether he knew which executives those that they were talking about. And Mr. Tsotsi said yes, he knew them. Yes.
Chairperson, angiyazi leyo. Sorry, Chairperson. Chairperson, I deny the version that is being put before me. Indeed, Mr. President Zuma did greet the people, and he did indeed. There were pleasantries. He introduced everyone, but it was not. There was no meeting with him. There was absolutely no meeting. I deny that, Chair. Vehemently, Chair.
Excuse me. When he came in and greeted, were you still in the same meeting in which you had been since the arrival of Mr. Linnell and Mr. Tsotsi, or did you move to another meeting and that is where Mr. Zuma came and greeted everybody?
Chairperson, I think it will be to the benefit of those that might want to believe certain versions. In that place, Chair, where we were, there are a few lounges. So you sit in a lounge, which could be a smaller lounge, and then when the meeting is finished in a bigger lounge, you are moved to another lounge so that you allow maybe one person to sit in a small lounge. If you are many, you are given a bigger lounge. So the moving of rooms, I do not attribute to that it was a movement to allow that maybe it's now preparation for a second meeting. It's a lie.
So are you saying that, yes, you did move from one room to another, but what you are denying is that the moving was for the purpose of all of you meeting President Zuma? Or are you saying there was no moving at all?
I don't know whether there was moving, and I don't know whether we sat in one place. But Chair, Mr. Zuma does not need, well, during that time, he wouldn't necessarily sit in one place and then people come to him. He would be the one coming or knocking in any other room where there are people to greet those people and exchange some pleasantries if it's people he knew. If he did not know, people will introduce themselves. And then he would then leave and go to another room and do the same. So I can't say we moved or we did not move. But the issue of President Zuma being present in matters of ESCOM, like how it is being explained by Mr. Linnell and Mr. Tsotsi, I deny.
Well, part of what would be strange as I look at what you are telling me is that on your version, here are two meetings that took place at the official residences of the president. One meeting between yourself and Mr. Linnell in Pretoria at the official residence of the president. The other meeting taking place in Durban at the official residence of the president. And yet, on your version, the president had nothing to do with these meetings. So why were these meetings being held in his residence on each occasion if he had nothing to do with these meetings?
Thank you, Chair. I think I explained the first side of reasons why it could have been the place. In Durban, we had a foundation meeting. I was to meet Zola Tsotsi, I was to meet Nick Linnell. For the convenience, for my convenience, I explained to them where I was going to be for the day, and therefore we met there. But also, Chair, in part, it was important for Mr. Tsotsi, per his request, to meet President Zuma, which he did. So I'm saying...
Did you meet President Zuma?
It was not, it was not, Chairperson, sorry, I spoke about...
Yeah, no. I was asking whether Mr. Tsotsi, met President Zuma at in Durban on that day.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, continue. You were saying something and I interrupted you.
I am saying, Chair, it was not a coincidence that when I am in Gauteng, there is a need for me to meet President Zuma. Then, while perhaps he's not even in the area, but I'm to meet him, then I'm able, Chair, to request that I see whoever that I'm supposed to see. Like, for instance, in Durban, we had our own meeting in Durban for the foundation. But it was opportune for me, Chair, to put Mr. Tsotsi in touch with President Zuma per his request. Hence, there was the presence of the facilitator being Mr. Maswangan. So it's not like the venue that was being used, Chair, was being used because in all these meetings, Mr. Zuma would have been present. Then, Chair, it looks like I'm being made to be having such authority that whenever something like that, this was the president of the country, Chair, and I did not know the purpose that Mr. Tsotsi wanted to meet with President Zuma for what purpose? It appears to me now today when I look at everything that has been said and the times in which you have brought him back to the commission, many times he has come back to this commission. I've listened to him and I came to understand that the issues that he would have raised with me, he never did. And I got to understand that he himself had breached his not oath as such, but he had challenges in person at ESCOM. So I'm saying those did not, in fact, he did not explain such to me.
Now, in Durban, did Mr. Tsotsi have a separate meeting with President Zuma away from everybody, or what happened? Where did their meeting take place?
I don't remember that, Chair.
But you said they did meet, isn't it?
They did meet, Chair. Like Mr. Zuma came into a meeting where we were. So in other words, they did greet. Maybe I should say that.
Yeah, but Mr. Tsotsi had asked for a meeting with Mr. Zuma through you, or had told you that he wanted a meeting with Mr. Zuma to discuss certain issues, isn't it?
Chair, when a person is asking for a meeting with Mr. Zuma, I don't have to be there. Whether he met him on any other day, I don't know. But it doesn't mean that when a person has asked for a meeting with President Zuma, I should be present in that meeting. Definitely not.
But on that day, when you said they met, you mean that they greeted when Mr. Zuma came in?
Yes, Chair. Sorry, he did come into the room where we were.
Okay, Mr. Seleka.
Yeah, I think Chair has exhausted most of the questions.
I'm leaving it to you to now raise
specific ones.
Specific ones, because we now have a picture of what her version is, in terms of what you may wish to put to her, and in the light of what other witnesses have said.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Myeni, according to Mr. Linnell, the subsequent correspondence between him and Mr. Tsotsi, including an email he sent to you where he gives you an update of what steps had been taken to that point, he says are indicative of what transpired in the meetings, the two meetings that we have referred to, and the purpose for those meetings. And you will see the annexures to his affidavit. Do you have any comment on that?
I have no comment, Chair. It's the same thing, Chair, that I'm saying. That is Nick's version.
We did put your version, well, insofar as we gathered from your statement, to the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee. And he was quite unequivocal in his, I would say, denial of your version that Mr. Tsotsi was in the meeting in Durban to discuss what you say are Mr. Tsotsi's issues at ESCOM. He was specific that the discussions revolved around what was indicated to them was the President's desire to have an inquiry conducted and all three of the executives to be suspended.
What is your question, Mr. Senator?
that he was very clear in saying your version is not correct, that Mr. Tsotsi was there to discuss his own issues at ESCOM. He even added that he wouldn't have flown to Durban. He wouldn't have flown to Durban on the basis of a perception that the board wanted to remove Mr. Tsotsi. Your comment?
No comment, Chair. That's Mr. Linel's version. I've put before my version in Parliament. This statement, I stand by this statement.
Yes.
Mr. Linel also said, if I recall correctly, he would never have gone to Durban for a meeting with Mr. Tsotsi. He went to Durban because you told him he needed to come to Durban, to go to Durban in order to meet the president. He said he would never have gone to Durban. I think it was on a Sunday, if I'm not mistaken.
It was.
On a Sunday, just to meet Mr. Tsotsi.
Hey, Chairperson, I don't want to talk too much. It's better for me to say that is his version. I don't want to talk too much.
Is there a reason? Okay, thank you. Is there a reason why Mr. Tsotsi would approach you to seek a meeting with the president?
I was never approached by Mr. Tsotsi, Chairperson. I think I alluded to this from the beginning.
Okay, let me clarify that.
Somebody...
Yes, let me clarify, yes. Because, let me ask you this. Whether indirectly, let's say he's approaching you indirectly through a person you have mentioned was the middleman, why would that approach be made to you for a meeting with the president?
Mr. Sileka, that is a question that you must ask, or that could have been better asked or answered by Mr. Tsotsi, because I did not know Jabu, who came to approach me. Secondly, working in proximity, I was working close to President Zuma through his foundation. That's a starting point. It's a common knowledge. Secondly, Mr. Tsotsi had gone to see the First Lady in Pretoria to see Mr. Zuma. So it's not like he just selected me out of the blue. He tried to go and see somebody else to try and facilitate the meeting. It's information that Mr. Tsotsi should have declared. It's not like he came to me and just said, I want to see Mr. Zuma. No.
Yes, well...
He had tried many other people to go and see Mr. Zuma. And then he sent this person. It's not like Mr. Tsotsi woke up and decided, I must go through Dudu to see Mr. Zuma. No. Jabu came to me. I don't know how Jabu got to know that I was working for the foundation. I don't know how Jabu got to know even my number. But I got a call from him. He asked for the meeting that I must meet Mr. Tsotsi. And I met him. And I never refused to meet people that are like my colleagues. He was chairing another SOE.
Yes. Well, the reason why that question I directed to you is because I couldn't direct it to him. On his version, you called him during or about, that is Mr. Tsotsi, during or about the 7th of March 2015. And you asked him, according to him, to come to Durban for a meeting with the president. That's according to him. But according to you, and that's why I'm directing that question to you, is that he was the one who called you. I mean, he sent the middleman, Mr. Jabu Maswanganyi, in order to request a meeting with the president. But why, did you ask yourself, why do you come to me? This is the president of the country, why don't you go through his office? Yeah. Did you hear me?
I heard you very well, Mr. Sikela. I heard you very well.
Yes.
That's to say, why do you come to me? Why don't you go to the next person?
No, why don't you go through the office of the president? This is, after all, the president of the country. Why should I secure a meeting?
My job was not to facilitate meetings. It must be understood.
Yes,
it's not something like I would jump and be excited about that somebody wants to meet the president. Never. I must just say, when Jabu came to me for the first time, called me for the first time, I was reluctant. I said, no, I can't do that. But also, Chair, it was time. I was extremely busy. So I said, I can't do that. But also, Chair, if Zola Tsotsi wanted to meet me, there were meetings that were being done between chairs of the board and the minister. Why didn't he approach me? But because I did not know him, this particular person told me that he is specifically wanting to tap from my understanding of how to go about getting the legal advisor. So I wasn't going to go and say, if you want to go and meet the president, just go as the president of the country. I wasn't going to say that. So most of the things transpired when I met with Mr. Tsotsi. It was not the time when I was interacting with Maswangani.
So are you saying to the chairperson that the request by Mr. Tsotsi through Mr. Maswangani was twofold? One was to meet with you to ask how to appoint a legal advisor, and two was to meet with the president for a reason that was not disclosed to you? Or was it disclosed?
The first one was more clearing because he highlighted issues that he said he would prefer to have a legal advisor. And then that's where I explained that even if he has to meet our legal advisor, he still needs the board by his side. This is the explanation I made. And then he said he would also like to meet with the president. But Mr. Sileka, I did not see any crime in doing that because I've done that with many people as well. So if it was an offense, a criminal offense for me to facilitate a meeting when a person asks to meet with President Zuma without divulging the reasons why you want to meet with President Zuma, then it then was culturally begile, which it was something that I did not consider at the time to say, "Hey, don't come to me, write it to the presidency, go meet with President Zuma in the presidency, go to Union Building." I did not think that way, but now that you are saying it, I should have said it.
Let me, I was not proposing that it is a criminal, but let me tell you why we're asking these questions. Because, you see, the first meeting with Mr. Linnell in Pretoria on the 6th, Mr. Linnell says it was only between the two of you, you and him. Mr. Tsotsi is not involved in that meeting. And the meeting subsequent to that is a sequel on Mr. Linnell's version to the meeting of the 6th of March. The two meetings are linked. And they seem to have been initiated not by Mr. Tsotsi, but by yourself.
I deny these versions of stories, the stories that are being put before you, Chairperson. One, I met Mr. Linnell on numerous occasions. I wasn't going to meet Mr. Linnell just because there must be president available or needed to have the president somewhere. Mr. Linnell was consulting for SAA, formally so. So meeting Mr. Linnell, I wasn't going to say for this particular meeting then, let's move from this particular place, let's go and meet somewhere else. No. And I said, I have got no recollection of this meeting and the contents of the discussion because I don't have my diary with me, nor do I have the minutes of the meeting and the discussions thereof of that meeting in Pretoria.
Yeah. Chair, I don't think one can take the matter further here.
Yes, is that all you wanted to put to her?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Arising from her evidence, Chair, and I think most of the questions you covered in your questioning of her.
Are the submissions that you believe you will make in due course about her version compared to that of Mr. Tsotsi and Mr. Linnell, that you want her to get a chance to say something about or not?
Yes. Let me try.
Well, I'm not saying do it if you don't have. I'm just asking.
Yeah. My sense is we've covered, Chair, the issues, because I could. Let me do this, Chair.
No, I'm not encouraging you to start afresh.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Ms. Myeni, I'm going to just put this to you, and let me hear what you have to say. I have seen an email addressed to you by Mr. Linnell, and he deals with that in paragraph 49 of his affidavit on page 37. And he says, at the same time, on 18 March 2015, I also emailed a report to Ms. Myeni, being the intermediary of the President. This included copies of the same terms of reference and the proposed media release being sent to the Chair and Ms. Mabude. It also included a briefing document updating on progress, which included reference to the considerations of a retired judge. And he does say in paragraph 51 that he never received a response from you to that email. That email is on page 57 of ESCOM Bundle 6. It's addressed to an email, skillsdm@mweb.co.za. And it was read on the 18th of March 2015 at 12:38. And he writes, "Hi D, capital D, please find." And he gives 3 documents: briefing document, terms of reference to be confirmed, media statement to be confirmed, chat now, regards, Nick.
What's the point about the email?
So this is subsequent correspondence, Ms. Myeni, that Mr. Linnell says they would confirm the contents of the meetings that took place on the 6th of March and the 8th of March 2015. And as he says here,
remember, she doesn't deny the meetings.
Yes, she denies the contents of the meetings.
Yeah.
Yes.
What is in the email that helps us with the content?
It deals with, it will deal with the terms of reference to establish an inquiry
Yeah.
The issue of the suspension of the executives.
Yeah.
And
well, let's say this, Ms. Myeni. The version that has been given by Mr. Linnell, certainly in regard to the meeting of the 8th of March in Durban, is backed up by correspondence, emails and resolutions and memos that he prepared either on the same day or soon thereafter. And he gave evidence that the contents of those emails and memos that he prepared reflected or were consistent with the discussions at the meeting. And some of those emails or memos or resolutions that were sought to be put before the ESCOM board, some of them reflect or are consistent with the version that at the Durban meeting, the issue of an inquiry into the ESCOM affairs, into the affairs of ESCOM and the suspension of certain executives did take place. That discussion did take place. If you say such a discussion did not take place, are you suggesting that Mr. Linnell fabricated all of these documents in order to implicate everybody who was in that meeting into issues that they never discussed? Is that what you are saying?
Chairperson, to start with, from what Mr. Sigela has asked, I hope I'm pronouncing your surname correctly. The fact that there was Seleka.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. The fact that there is an email that is being spoken about, the fact that that email has not been answered, it means I don't know about this whole thing. Chair, if you have an interest in the matter, no email would be sent and not be responded to. That's a starting point. The second thing, maybe that email, I was being set up without me knowing that I'm being set up for something that I don't know. Today, I'm in a court of the commission, or I'm in this commission, and hearing things that had nothing to do with me. That's one. Two, Chair. No suspension ever happens of any executive in any entity or government entity without following the process. Three, Chair. I could ask Mr. Seleka if Mr. Tsotsi and the board appointed Mr. Linnell to advise them. If they did appoint him, he was doing his job. So angazi ngingenaphi lana. Sorry, Chair. I don't know where I come in. I honestly don't know. If Mr. Linnell was appointed at ESCOM, there would have been terms of reference given to him. One, a board resolution appointing him. Two, the scope of work he's appointed to do. It has nothing to do with me. I don't know how else I can explain this.
Yes.
Unless my name must be dragged into the ESCOM for interfering into another SOE. It can't be, Chair. It cannot be. I don't agree with all this. An email is sent to me, it's not open.
Yes, continue.
But I must answer the email, Chair. Sorry, Chair.
No, I'm saying continue. I'm sorry I interrupted you. Continue.
No problem. I'm saying, Chair, I must answer to an email that was sent to me. An email was not answered. An email was not seen. I'm reading it now. I'm seeing it for the first time. I had no role, Chair. I had no interest. I do not have any interest even today. We still hear about the lootings at Eskom. I've got no interest. I never did then. Angibazonda abantu abasebenza kwa-Eskom. I had no role to facilitating suspension of anyone without following the process. Awukwazi ukwenza izinto without following umthetho. Unless it's something that I don't understand. But there are processes and there are laws governing how the board does its job. So, Chair, honestly, I am lost.
Yes, you see, I have to make findings in the end about what was discussed at the meeting in Pretoria between you and Mr. Linnell, and I must make findings as to what was discussed at the Durban meeting and whether President Zuma then was present at the meeting, at the second meeting that both Mr. Linnell and Mr. Tsotsi spoke about. Now, one, you have said you have no recollection of what was discussed between you and Mr. Linnell at the Pretoria meeting. On the other hand, Mr. Linnell was quite clear about what was discussed at that meeting. Two, with regard to the meeting in Durban, Mr. Linnell gave evidence about what was discussed. Mr. Tsotsi gave evidence about what was discussed. If I recall correctly, to a very large extent, their evidence is consistent most of the time with one's evidence is consistent with the evidence of the other. And they both said you were not only part of the meeting, but you were playing the role of the chairperson. You were central in the whole discussion. Now, as we know, Mr. Tsotsi and Mr. Linnell had not known each other before this particular date, as far as I understand. I don't know if they might have spoken on the phone on the 7th, ahead of the meeting. They might have spoken, but they had not met before the 8th. And yet, you and Mr. Linnell had been working together on SAA issues, and as I understand, on Mhlatuze Water Board issues as well. So the two of you, he was at the meeting because he had been asked by you to come to the meeting. So I have to ask myself the question, did these two suddenly conspire against you, Mr. Zola Tsotsi and Mr. Linnell, who did not know each other before this date, conspire against you that they must falsely implicate you as having taken a very active role in this meeting? And why would Mr. Linnell want to do that to you? You and your board at SAA had given him business, had given him work. You trusted him. You have said he's an honest man. Why would he turn against you together with Mr. Tsotsi now and falsely implicate you into having played a very active role in this meeting, if in fact that is not what happened?
Chair, is this the last question, Chair? Because I need to go to the bathroom.
Well, we'll take a 5 minutes, 10 minutes break if you need to go to the bathroom. But
not now. I was just asking how long.
Okay, no, I think we are at the tail end. We are at the tail end.
Chair, can I say something to you? I presided in a board of South African Airways together with a board of 7 people and so on. Why would I be the only one charged for SAA's issues and maladministration and be taken to court when not once has the CEO been pointed out or called into this commission? Not one CEO has been called. That's one. So why would Nick Linnell conspire with Zola Tsotsi and do something against me? It's one simple reason, Chair. I am associated with the former president, Jacob G. Zuma, through his foundation. That's the only reason. But if my reason and my version, sorry, Chair.
I'm sorry, continue, sorry. I'm sorry, continue.
If my understanding and my reasoning is wrong, somebody must give me something else. Then I will believe that. But the Chairperson, for everything I've done, and I did everything according to the book, Chair, because I had an understanding later in life that I am reporting to a person who is a wanted, Mr. Zuma. Therefore, I made sure that everything I did was documented, decisions made are documented, communication I make. If I were to make a communication with you, Chair, I would follow it up with an email. Therefore, I made everything according to the book, Chair. We wouldn't be looking for things that we are looking for if I had stolen money at SAA, Chair. Today, I am before you for facilitating a meeting for Zola Tsotsi to meet President Zuma, or to assist Zola Tsotsi to explain to him how to go about appointing a legal advisor. Even then, Chair, I told him that no shortcuts. You have to do things by the book. You can't appoint somebody alone as the board chairman. You have to have your board alongside with you, supporting you. Take the board into confidence. Chair, that was my advice. But today, Chair, you are saying, why would Nick Linnell conspire with whoever? Chair, today, people come there, they say things that never occurred. They tell lies and gossip. They even gossip about certain things that there is no evidence about. Nick Linnell should have produced minutes of all meetings we had. And Nick Linnell should have not copied me on emails if then it was not a setup. Fortunately, Chair, ngiyakhuleka, Chairperson, and ngiyadiscerna, Chairperson. I pray and I have a gift of discernment. I know when things will backfire. Ngiyakhuleka, Chairperson, I pray a lot.
Yes. Am I correct? Or are you suggesting that Mr. Linnell may have implicated you in having played an active role in this meeting because you are associated with Mr. Zuma? Is that what you are saying?
I don't know, Chair.
Yeah.
You said, why would they conspire?
Yes.
And so I can't say Mr. Linnell did this because of my association with Mr. Zuma. Yes. Chairperson, in some of the commission issues, there are people who bring their affidavit, and their affidavit get amended. And they are also asked to say certain things. And the chairperson, when I raised some issues of concern, the chairperson said he doesn't know some of the things that had happened in the commission. Chair, I submitted over 13 copies of corruption of SAA. That has never been touched.
To the commission?
But the person, to that particular commission, Chair.
To this commission?
To that commission, Chair.
You submitted, what did you submit and when?
No, I'm saying the reports, Chair, of the corruption at SAA, as well as the reports of Mr. X corruption at Mhlatuze, were submitted in that commission, Chair.
By you?
No, not by me.
Okay, by other witnesses?
Except by other witnesses, many other witnesses, Chair.
Yeah.
But those were commissioned by me, Chair.
Yes.
And I submitted them in Parliament.
Okay, yes.
But the person, Chair, that is a target is one and only one. It's me.
Yeah.
Mr. X, Chair, I submitted about 6 or 7 reports by SIU and the investigation that appears to have diminished. That is why I'm saying, Chair. Mina ngincindwa ngobende inyama ngingayidlanga. Angiyidlanga nje inyama, kodwa khona ubende bugcwele all over me by my association with former President Zuma. It's painful, Chair, because if I knew that I was going to be a target, I wouldn't have agreed to serve in his foundation.
Yes. Now, just to get this clear, you were saying that certain witnesses submitted certain information to the commission. You didn't submit it to the commission.
Sorry,
but you did submit it somewhere else? To the SIU or something?
No, I was saying, Chair, from the previous position I was holding at Mhlatuze before I left, I was called, there was an investigation against Mr. X. Those copies were given to me because I needed to read what I needed to respond to. And it was SIU dealing with the investigations there, implicating directly Mr. X. But Mr. X, Chair, has never been called to answer those issues that are contained in the SIU reports. I'm saying, if then the Chair's statement of saying, are the people colluding against you and so on? No, Chair, I'm saying, I don't know whether they are colluding or not. But I am guilty of the association of Mr. President Zuma. That is all I can say. And Chair, if I can change, maybe tomorrow, let me go and join IFP. Maybe I will be safe there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Buthelezi.
Sorry, Chair. I wanted to provide some clarity with regards to the reports that she makes reference to.
Yeah.
At our last appearance at the Commission last year, as part of the annexures that came with our supporting affidavit at the time, there was several reports which Ms. Myeni had commissioned as chair as SAA, including ENS, I think there's one from Ernst & Young. It was a series of reports. I think in total they came between to about 11 forensic reports about corruption issues at SAA, and I think there's another 2 that were part of the annexures that formed part of our submission for Mhlatuze water. And I think those are the ones she says she submitted them to this commission, but nothing has come of it.
Well, can I ask that you cause your instructing attorneys to write to the secretary of the commission and say exactly what was submitted and what the concern is as you articulated, and the secretary will bring that to my attention. And the letter to the secretary, if it can make reference to the fact that at this hearing, I asked that a letter be written to him that he will bring to my attention so that I understand exactly what the position is. Of course, if the complaint or concern is that she submitted reports to the commission that implicated certain people in acts of corruption, but the commission has not looked into those allegations. I will want to understand that, and the legal team will want to look at that. That was dealing with Mflato's and SAA. But of course, I started calling for people in 2018 to come forward and give the commission information so that the commission could investigate, and information that came late when there might not be enough time might not have enabled the commission to look into those matters. But I would like to make sure that a letter is written by your instructing attorneys to the secretary of the commission, raise the issues and identify exactly what reports, and then the secretary will draw my attention to it.
Good to check, thank you.
Okay, all right. I don't have any further questions. I think you were done.
Yes, I'm done. I would just like to ask one more question, Chair, which...
Okay.
Ms. Myeni, if you can hear me, insofar as your version is that the meetings were initiated by Mr. Tsotsi, did you keep minutes of those meetings that you had with him? I see you say this was not the first meeting with him in your statement.
I said to the chairperson that whenever I have a meeting, whenever I had a meeting, I would have a diary where it says meeting with Mr. Tsotsi and then the venue where we're meeting. So I'm saying that I would have known that this particular meeting was for me and Mr. Tsotsi. This particular meeting was for me and Mr. Linnell and Mr. Tsotsi. That's why I don't want to commit myself into the dates.
Yeah.
Yes, but would you, I mean, we are alluding to keeping record. I think what I'm asking or getting to is whether you would have the diary of 2015 where you would have kept record.
No, Chair, no.
And no minutes.
Okay, all right.
And no minutes.
My house has been broken into, Chair, so I don't know what I would have. No minutes, Chair.
Yes. Okay, all right. Did you intend re-examining Mr. Buthelezi?
No, Chair.
No. Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Ms. Myeni, for availing yourself to put your side of the story and to deal with questions. We have come to the end of the session. I think that Mr. Buthelezi, do take the opportunity, if you would wish to make written submissions as to which version should be accepted and which one should not be accepted with regard to the various witnesses insofar as these two meetings are concerned, because there won't be oral argument, but I will allow written submissions. So I would say, please let me have whatever written submissions you wish to send through on or before the 15th of June. Is that fine?
I've already got enough homework, Chair, but it's fine.
You are counseled. So that's your deadline. Okay, all right. Thank you very much once again, Ms. Myeni. Thank you, Mr. Seleka and your team. Thank you to the technicians. Thank you to Mr. Buthelezi and the staff. I say Ms. Hofmeyer is still around. Thank you, Ms. Hofmeyer. Thank you very much. We are going to adjourn now. For the benefit of the public, I mentioned that tomorrow I'll be hearing the evidence of Mr. Tom Moyane during the day session. We adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.